could be either team that wins this race.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Give me just a minute. We're live now. We are live on the second stream. Rich Hibbs joins us in the booth. Rich just got out of the car just about 20 minutes ago. Hopefully a little debrief, maybe a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. How's it looking out there?
We're playing a little bit of games with the other car here. We're kind of changing our pace up depending on the session. So my stints were fuel save, which they figured out, and then they copied us. We were trying to get the offset back because they have a 1 lap longer. Well, not 1 lap longer. They're offset by us in pit strategy by 1 lap. They pit 1 lap later.
Right.
So we were trying to gain that back. So I did in just first stint. I was running. Usually our fuel number is 0.6. I was running 0.55. Like absolutely huge fuel save, and got it the extra lap easy. And they copied us and were saving even more than us. So they still had the 1 lap offset. In the second stint, I kind of upped the pace a little bit, but still was trying to maintain a decent fuel number. They did the same thing. They matched our number, but they've just put in their slower driver.
Yeah, I noticed.
So we gave Morgan the green light push.
So how are you fuel saving, Rich? Are you lifting and coasting, or are you running a different fuel map?
There's no fuel maps in this car, so it's just pure lift and coast. And even during the battle I had for position, I was lifting and coasting.
Where are you making most of your savings on the track?
Into turn 1, into Sunset are 2 big ones. Turn 3 here is a little bit of a save. Into the hairpins, another save. Basically all the big brake zones, so hairpin as well. That's that one. You can lift before the bridge and then just get really deep into the brake zone and then finally hammer the brakes.
Right.
And it's just about lifting as early as possible and then braking later than you normally brake.
Yep.
And the hybrid likes it too. It regens a lot better when you do it like that. If you can make the braking zone just a little bit longer, it regens better.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. You're probably not coughing up much lap time at all then.
No, I actually was on one of my biggest fuel save laps. I went my fastest lap.
Yeah.
So,
that may well be the secret that the leading team had at the beginning of this race. Can't remember the name of the team, F1 something, but they were fast and saving fuel, and I guess that's probably how they were doing it.
Yep, just lift, coast, and then try to make sure the hybrid is working in your favor.
Yep.
Beginning of the second stint, I had to be a little bit more greedy with it, so that's why couldn't necessarily get away from P2, because I was having to use the hybrid where I didn't want to use it. Just to get the launches out of the corners, whereas when I'm by myself, I'm just kind of squeezing the throttle.
Got it.
Well, it looks like the gap from the difference in drivers has closed up. Morgan now within a second. We'll switch over to the nose cam here.
It's going to be interesting to see if the Apex car fights this. I don't expect they will. I think Nathan will recognize the pace difference is significant here, and there's really no value in fighting. Well, but he'll prove me wrong now.
He's actually putting down some pretty quick laps in 1:45.6. I mean, Morgan by no means is pushing the envelope, but track temp dropped down to 81 degrees. It was up around 97 when you were in the car, Rich.
Yeah, so, it was a bit squirmy.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was a little loose out there.
Luckily in this car we have a few tools to play with. So we got the anti-roll bar, which really is effective in this car, and you can adjust it on the fly. So as you're fighting the rear, you can soften it up and then it starts agreeing with you a lot more.
Morgan gets right up on the bumper, 0.2 of a second as we go down Ullman Straight here. Ullman Straight, yeah, that's it. Sounded like a little miss in the motor there. You guys are okay on the engine, right?
Yep. Definitely are.
Don't scare him, Ron.
It's not the real BMW.
Yeah, the hybrid isn't catching fire. We're good.
Yeah, that was another interesting race for BMW at the real Sebring this year. Didn't quite have the pace of the other cars, but better than they did at Daytona. They ended up on the lead lap with one of their cars. The other one Chernobyled. So
pretty interesting, considering the only difference between the BMW and the Cadillac is the body aero, which all the cars have to have the same drag, so it's not that big of a difference.
Yeah, they both have the V8, right? The normally aspirated V8.
They're the BMW is turbocharged, whereas the Caddy is normally aspirated.
Oh, okay.
That's the only difference between the cars. It's a Dallara chassis between the two, and the aero has to be the same by regs.
Right, yeah, because they can only max aero, right?
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting how the BMW is struggling when it's basically the Cadillac, and the Cadillac was the car to have.
At Sebring, yeah, at Sebring it definitely was, and unfortunately the 01 also decided to go up in smoke. But that was another Sebring and another day. Right now, Apex Everything Racing Carbon out front by just 0.3 of a second. I believe Morgan is playing with this guy. As Morgan has slowed down to a 120 or 145.2. Still right on the bumper.
Looks like Morgan's doing a build.
Oh, he's gonna catch him and just blow by him on
he might be saving hybrid.
Yeah.
Quite a big drop suddenly, which is when you want to build, you lose about 0.8 on one straight.
Right, interesting.
This is the one of the leading cars in GTD here, although he may have just gone off. No, he's still there.
So you think Morgan will flip this to attack mode?
Yeah, he's on attack now.
He's on attack now, right.
Launches off of here. Oh, he's got a good run here. It's a little short straight, though, and he's got a GTD car up there. We'll see if that messes up the leader, because he's going to have to slow down into that corner to let the GTD go through. Morgan comes alongside into right on the tail there at Tower. Through the S's. It doesn't seem like much of a corner here, but I saw you go by plenty of slower cars in that turn 14. Bishop corner there.
It's not fun.
Yeah, you were going across the curbing a little bit, and I was wondering if that was...
Curbing on the inside I had to do twice, and I hated every time because it can bounce badly. Yeah. And then I touched the grass on the outside a few times because I can't see the inside of the corner. Single monitor problems.
Well, old Nathan here is putting up a good struggle,
on, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Whoa!
Oh, there we go. Now, oh goodness me, that was almost contact too.
That was close.
Very, very close.
Very close. Past me.
Reacted just in time there.
Let's rewind that and watch it again just for fun. Replay. Because we can, right?
Exactly.
Oh, it looked like contact.
Yes, Morgan did not intend to make that pass, but he had to in order to not hit the other car.
That was so close. The 24, I think went a little early in the brake zone.
Yes.
By the looks of that was really close.
Yep.
But Morgan is by and pulling away as he already has a 1.2 second lead. 1.2, but actually 2.0 second lead in just a half a lap. So
yeah,
got by going into 3.
Team just PM'd us too to make sure we do our moves clean, even though they just braked 5 million feet early.
Yeah, that was a really early braking. Oh, and they're complaining to you?
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
I can't see how they would have any complaint there at all.
I think they need to watch the replay before they get all mad and figure out that they were the ones that made the mistake.
We've all been there, haven't we?
I have.
Yeah, I have too. You're like, oh my goodness, and then you look at the replay and you're like,
Yeah, well, it was me.
Well, I was actually.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, we lost half our viewers when we switched from part A to part B on the stream.
That probably means they weren't actually watching. They just, had the stream running in the background there.
That's possible.
That's possible, but I'm confident we'll pick up a lot of viewers after the race.
Yeah, we had 98 views on the first half. So, I mean, most of the time it was only 6 or 8 people at a time.
Yeah.
But 98 people popped in, or 98 times they popped in to do a little watch on our stream. We've got quite a bit of action going on. We were going to go through the GTD field. GTD is way off strategy on pits. Each time we look at GTD, the numbers are in different orders. They're all fairly close together. This here is the number 2 with Timothy Vaughn still behind the wheel, Vermilion Motorsports Red. These guys started on the front row and have been out front all race. And still there in the Ferrari, so apparently they have not had any orders from the team principal telling them to come in and get the wrong tires. And they're still going pretty good. Second place at the moment. This guy's been up front before. Currently in P2 here in the Audi, Flying Penguin Racing with Marc-Andre Garon in the race car. This orange and black Audi GTD car. Number 86. And then this guy also has been in and out of the top 3. Also in the Ferrari Undici for Scuderia Esports. He's running in the orange and brown Ferrari number 3. And he has a teammate running in LMP2 under the same Undici Scuderia name. So, multi-front race for this group. And then the 28 car, which is the sister car to the leader, also Vermilion Motorsports. This one's black. Kenny Kanomos behind the wheel, and they are only 40 seconds back. So, the top 5 cars, this is number 5 here in the 716. Also an Audi. Top 5 cars within a minute of each other. And we are past halfway, and the top 5 cars in GTD are only a minute apart.
That's intense. That really is. Yes.
STDN Motorsports. And this is Cade. Yeah. Mayataki. And then in P6, also still on the lead lap, and that's where it ends. It's pretty much where this race ends. Australian-wide racing in the number 305. Oh, we got some smoke back there. That was a GTD car going through Sunset. I think that was the number 2 car. The leader. Was the leader. Looks like he's okay. 305 here in... He's got P2 and overall the Apex everything car going around him. That car still looks brand new, like he hasn't even got it dirty yet. Glenn Watkins. That's an interesting name, isn't it? Glenn Watkins instead of Watkins Glenn.
Ah, yes.
Last name first.
Good name to have if you're a racing driver.
Yeah, Australia-wide racing. And then in P7, and there's only 8 cars remaining in the GTD class. They've had just as much attrition as the G2P class.
Yes.
But in 7th place, car number 9 here, and he is 13 laps off the lead in this Audi. HRX Racing, the sole Mercedes on track. The number 5, he is in the yellow Liquid Moly HRX Racing Mercedes and running in 8th spot. 14 laps down. Just a minute and a half behind P7. So that's it for GTD. I thought that would take longer.
I did too. Yeah.
There's only 8 of them. As we switch back and check out our overall leader, who's catching up with the number 305, or the number 5. Sorry, he's probably catching up with the 305 too.
A substantial lead already over the Apex car. 11 seconds. I'm seeing 11.5 seconds. So he's really charging away here.
Yeah, we've got a little blurry on the stream. I'll have to see what's going on. We'll have to, hopefully that'll clear itself up.
It looks good for me. It looks good for, oh, I do see what you mean, yes.
Yeah, it's kind of stuttering a little bit. It looks fine from here, but my upload speed at times has issues. It should clear itself up here shortly. But right now, it's kind of blurry, but we still have our leader out in the front by 12 seconds plus. Where's my text? I know you're in here. Wow, really? Yeah, my cable modem apparently doesn't do well on upload. Not well enough, apparently.
Not well enough.
And that's why I switched over to Twitch for so long, is because of this issue right here. But it's been 6 hours without this happening, so sorry to the viewers that are out there. Your replay, when you watch it later, should be really clean, but we'll see if it clears itself up here. And I'm going to go, give me 5 minutes to go around the house and make sure nothing's going on upload wise. And I'll be right back.
Okay. Good luck.
Yeah, hopefully I can find something.
Yes. Are you still in here, Rich? No, he's not. Okay. Well, this could be a very important part of the race right here, because Morgan is pulling away from Nathan at a heck of a rate, and with 3 stints from Morgan, this could set the team up to cruise to the end of this race in P1. Of course, anything can happen, but I think there's a very good chance that by the end of Morgan's stint, especially if Nathan stays in the car for a little bit, that Buckeye could have a very substantial lead that could be impossible for the Apex guys to come back from unless there is some kind of incident with Buckeye. Morgan clicks off a 44.8. And Nathan's lap is a 46.2. So another second and a half or so in the bag. The gap now I'm seeing is 14.4 seconds, P1 to P2. Morgan runs a 1:45.0 there. I think he got held up a little bit by that GT3 car. Still a good lap. We'll see what Nathan posts. It's a 1:45.7, so even with a little delay, Morgan ekes the gap out yet further.
Well, the good news is, the stream looks better. The bad news is I didn't see anything.
Oh, you mean the stream was not running? Or
no, it was running. It was just really blurry.
Ah.
I think I'm going to go into my firewall and turn off some stuff. Just to try to increase my bandwidth and stop the packet examination. I think I can probably handle that for the rest of the race. I don't think anyone's trying to attack me right now.
Why would they? They'd be much better off watching the race.
I know, right?
Super exciting, yeah.
That's what they ought to be doing.
Attack you later, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it looks like it's much clearer now.
Hack me later, guys. It's getting blurry again, but
yes, it is. Yes.
I'm gonna try to.
It looks nice and crisp in my iRacing session, though. If only it looked like that on the stream.
Yeah. Well, that's my issue. But I don't think when I turn off these pieces, I don't think it really helps much because it's mostly for download. Your packet inspection for a firewall is typically a download inspection, not an upload inspection. So we'll see. We'll see what it does. It's always a point of concern of mine that YouTube doesn't agree with me enough to keep my streams clean, and that's why I went to Twitch. Because a poor stream is not something you want to watch.
No, that's right.
So, but we're live. We're going. We can't change it now, so we'll just keep cooking here.
Morgan is certainly cooking. He's now eked out 16-second lead over P2, and you know this could be the determining part of the race right here. If this continues and Nathan stays in the car for a while, you know, Morgan could eke out a gargantuan gap by the end of his stint, and that could be too much for the Apex guys to come back from. So we might be seeing the race deciding right here, even of course assuming that there are no incidents for either of the top two cars.
Right. I think the field has thinned out. I mean, there's only 8 cars remaining in GTD. There's only 7 cars remaining in GTP. There's still 12 or so in the LMP2 class, but that makes it a lot thinner on the racetrack. We've got probably 30 cars on track versus 46 at the beginning.
Yeah, so it makes a tremendous difference. It really does.
Plus, they know who the leaders are. There's only 2 cars on the lead lap, so most of the drivers are going to respect that, I would think, and not cause additional issues for the 2 leaders because they want them to battle it out. I mean, that's the whole idea. Battle it out and win the race.
Nobody wants to be responsible for taking the leader out in any class. When you see the leader coming up behind you, you make absolutely sure you do not, impede him at all.
Speaking of the leader, that was the leader in... That's the second time I've noticed the number 2 car kicking up some smoke. Still running in the 2-minute range, so still quick, but losing ground, and the 25-second gap to the Undici Scuderia Esports team in the number 3 Audi. Oh no, that's the number 3 Ferrari.
Are you seeing smoke from the engine, or are you talking about an off track?
They're having off tracks, and this guy...
I see, okay.
I don't know if he's just pushing really hard or if he's got an issue, but it seems like this guy in the number 2, this Timothy Vaughn, seems like he's going off track a couple times. I've seen him go off in turn 1, and I just saw him go off in turn 16. So, and it just happens to be when we're close to Morgan, watching the car, and I think that's the factor.
What's the gap between P1 and P2 in the GTD class right now?
That is 24 seconds.
Okay, so it's not a huge gap, and he's probably feeling a little bit of pressure, maybe.
Yeah, I think. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that one, but it's obviously not our primary focus here tonight. But yeah, man, I can tell the stream's blurry. I'm just not happy with it when it does that.
No,
I'll try not to let it distract me.
Yeah, it is a shame.
Our viewers will have to pipe in and let me know how bad it is. Right now, 0 comments, just 2 viewers right now, as we're rolling late into the night. It is 1:15 a.m. Eastern Time. It is 4:49 p.m. at the racetrack, wherever in the world that is. It's not 10 minutes to 5 at your house.
No, it isn't. No.
And we're still running in the GTP class up front here with our race leader, Morgan Tegey, Buckeye Endurance Green, on his first of 3 stints. Morgan putting down some pretty quick laps. Another 144 last time. If he keeps clicking off the 144s, we're going to see a little bit of a gap by the time he gets done if he's going to do the triple stint. I'm wondering if one of our watchers here on the broadcast might be another team. Maybe they're out there. Maybe they found us.
Ha. It's possible. They might be getting some inside information here.
Yeah, I don't know that we're giving them anything that great.
Nothing useful.
I think you can tell that Morgan's out front.
Yeah, he's on a charge too. I think they recognize that they can put this race out of reach. Potentially,
it's possible, yeah.
In these 3 stints from Morgan here.
It seems as though this 88 car is running really quick laps right now.
Fast Forward Esports, right?
Yeah, but he's
12 laps
12
back.
laps down. He shouldn't be blocking or holding up anybody. He should be getting out of the way. Morgan comes in for his first stop 2:18. Is this on schedule? Yeah, 190.
192 was the last one, wasn't it?
So yeah, I think he's right there at the 24 mark. Coming in for fuel and tires. From what we understand, Morgan will stay in the car.
I think actually that he stretched that out a little bit, didn't he? If they were in a 192, and now it's 218. Does that make
26 laps?
Yes, that's what I'm just thinking.
That would be absolutely incredible if he stretched it 2 laps. But Apex did go by, so whatever Morgan was able to do, Apex was able to match, because they are also still out on the racetrack.
Yes.
So they're going to have to come in at the end of this lap unless they did even more.
I think Morgan came. Sorry, I think Rich came in lap. Potentially was it 193, perhaps.
That's possible.
I'm not sure. Anyway, we know for a fact that Morgan stopped on 218, so we can see how far he stretches it to the next stop. So we expect the Apex car to come in imminently. It's just approaching sunset now. No, he stayed out. He stayed out.
Well, that puts a 2-lap gap.
That's interesting, yeah. I mean, he is losing a lot of time on the track to Morgan, so he may not necessarily be deliberately saving fuel. It just might be a consequence of him being a little slower.
I think the other cars were in that 145, 146 range, and they were still just running the 24 laps. This guy...
Yes, fair comment, yes.
Might be their fuel saver. Maybe this guy is their pedal man.
I'm not sure they're really going to gain much at this point by saving. I mean, unless they've done the math all the way to the end of the race and they know, something. It's very difficult to calculate back this far from the finish.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure when we're just over halfway. We've still got 5.5 hours to go. So.
Yeah.
It's not an exact science, that's for sure.
No, that's right.
Well, the Buckeye Endurance Blue team is dropping off the chat and going to sleep at 1:20 in the morning Eastern.
Well, yes, that's the upside. That's the upside to having your race end early. You can at least get a decent night of sleep. You're not a walking zombie the following day. So surely the Apex car must box, and he does. He's in now. Lap 219.
Well, no, it'll flip to 220 as he crosses.
It'll flip to 220, that's right, yeah.
Back over to Morgan, watching him come around turn 16, Le Mans corner. Down the Ullman Straight and into Sunset Bend. We are not quite at sunset. We got quite a ways to go. It's just barely 5 p.m. track time. Sunset's usually around 7:30, I believe. So a couple hours to go before we hit the dark on the racetrack, which will change a few things. In the IMSA race, I don't know if the 1000 went into the dark. Did it? Did the 8-hour?
No, I don't think so.
I think they stayed in the daytime. The IMSA race over here, when they hit the darkness, the Porsches really came alive. It was a night and day difference, literally, day and night difference.
Yes, they would have had a good finish if they hadn't been taken out. Just going back to our race here a minute, I noticed that the Apex team have put Neil Hunter in the car. So they pulled Nathan out. Did he just run one stint?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. So I wonder if that was a response to the fact that Morgan was really eating him alive.
Now, have we seen Neil before?
I don't recall seeing Neil before, but I could be wrong. It may have been their plan to just run Nathan for one stint, but I think probably they saw that the gap was growing too quickly, and they did not want to find themselves in a situation where they could not come back from it. So they made an executive decision to put Neil in the car and try to stabilize things.
Well, I didn't watch this team at the beginning. They were not up front. They were kind of on an off strategy early on, and I didn't pick them up until they started getting close. So,
right.
I don't recall seeing Neil.
He may very well have been in the car already before, but we know for a fact that Nathan was only in for the one stint just now, and that would seem to be not what you would expect them to have planned.
Well, I think he may have done just one earlier as well.
Oh, I see. Okay.
This is interesting here. This lap down car going past this MRT Wolf Motorsport car just went past the second place car of Apex Everything.
They still have cold tires. He might just be struggling a little bit on cold tires.
Well, Luis Diaz. Well, somebody just ran a 153.4, so I don't know about cold tires. Neil Hunter may have just, but he's losing time still, so. Oh, 53.4. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think he hasn't completed his lap, has he yet? After he came out of the.
Yeah, he's on his next lap now.
Yeah, he hasn't
down
completed
into Cunningham. Yeah.
A lap at full pace yet.
Yeah, we're watching the 24 car. And he's losing time to Morgan. Even still, last lap was his out lap, and he lost 8 seconds on the out lap, but that's understandable.
Yes.
But he's still losing time here as they come around again. Morgan on Ullman Straight, and Neil coming through turn 16 now.
It's going to be interesting to see what Neil's lap time is when he crosses the line.
He's 14. He's 24 seconds back. Morgan just went through turn 1.
Here comes Neil.
He's going to lose another half second here. He's dropped down to 24 behind. We'll see. We'll see what happens. This is 1.5 seconds total now.
That was a 46.6 from Neil.
And Morgan with a 44.9.
Tires that are still not up to full temperature. But
still losing time to the Buckeye Endurance Green Team, though.
Yes.
I just thought it was interesting that third place went past them and got their lap back from P2 at least. Now just under 2 laps behind for the second spot.
Yes.
Could this be an opportunity for Buckeye to get out in front here? 25-second gap. I think you were spot on. They are really going to try. I don't think the fuel games are the games. I mean, if they double the lead they've got right now, they're a full pit stop ahead.
Exactly. And I think that has to be what Buckeye must be thinking now is they can really put this race in the bag if the Apex car continues to lose this amount of time. It'll make fuel strategy irrelevant. You know, you pick up a minute lead, or by the end of Morgan's stint, three stints, he could have more than a minute lead, and really no amount of fuel saving can bring you back from that.
Yeah, I mean, the fuel stop's 45, I think about 45. It says they're in the pits. Last time Morgan was in to get the tire change, or the tires, fuel, and driver change was 56 seconds. Most of the drivers in the 55 to 57 range. The LMP2s take a little longer. They're running 1:05. But,
yep.
GTPs looks like 55 to 57 seconds. So yeah, if he can stretch that out. Of course, now he's kind of holding his own. He did have that traffic right there that held him up there, but we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. It looks like it's definitely a couple different strategy options going on. Both teams trying to think of anything they can to get the advantage as we are into the second half of the race, and this one's down to 2. Buckeye Endurance in the 14 car and Apex Everything Racing in the 24. Morgan Tegey behind the wheel. Those of us who have raced. He says, a drive-through is 22 seconds. I thought he was leaving. Hard Hat Harry here, Chris, was said goodnight about 20 minutes ago, and he's still talking on the chat. He's over here telling us that let's see, pit lane delta 22 seconds for a drive-through. Stopping for 4 gallons of fuel takes 30 to 34 seconds total. I'm looking at the deltas, and I think the delta on my Race Labs app shows the amount of time it takes to get from the start of the entrance of pit lane to the exit of pit lane. And it shows 55 to 57 seconds. That's where I'm getting that from.
Okay.
And Chris is just all glued to the TV here. I hope you have it up on the big screen, Chris, and I hope the stream is treating you well. I know that it's the second stream has not been as crisp as the first one. Hopefully good enough to keep the viewers. Sorry about the upload limitations of my Xfinity internet stream. Thanks, Xfinity, for not giving me enough upload bandwidth. Oh, as Morgan goes off there, probably gets a 1X off of that one.
Yeah, absolutely. He got a 1X for that, no doubt about it. But that probably means that he's pushing.
Yeah.
So he's probably thinking that, what we were talking about here, he can put this race in the bag right now by just gapping Apex by such a margin that there's really no way they can come back.
Yeah, I think the long distance of the pit lane includes the stop, so it's not just the drive-through. The 50 seconds would be the 30 seconds of fuel and 20 seconds of driving through, so that's the 50 seconds.
Right.
That's where that's coming from. So it is pretty accurate to what Chris was saying. I just didn't say it the right way. So it's on the stream. You can see it down in the corner. Track temp starting to come down. 80 degrees. It's getting a little cooler. And we got a little light load on later. Well, I guess later in the stint, the load for fuel loads up every time they come in. So the car's not getting lighter, but for some reason Morgan's car's getting faster. 27 seconds is the gap at the moment. Yep.
Neil is doing a better job than Nathan, I think.
Yeah, he's 146 flat. That's a pretty good time.
Yeah, and he's still losing time, about a second a lap or something in that order, second and a half.
Well, it was only 3/10 last time, but I think he is losing ground.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, let's see what else we have. We should talk about our sponsors for a minute. Stair Fittings Incorporated. when I guess it's story time, right? We're 5.5 hours to go. When COVID hit, everybody knows that the price of computer components went up pretty high, and it caused a pinch for a lot of us drivers to not be able to upgrade our equipment, simply because of the cost of the computer gear, and the difficulty of finding things in stock. So when it was in full swing and video cards were through the roof, my iRacing had done an update, and my streaming PC, this PC that I'm on, was running a 660, a GTX 660. So not a new card. It was probably a 9-year-old video card, but it was still doing the job. So
wow.
So they did a patch and update, and all of a sudden, all I was getting was freeze-ups. I was getting lockups on the computer, and I was having problems trying to get anything to work. And at that point, I needed a new video card. So I had a 980. I had a GTX 980 that was sitting here at the house. But I knew it had some issues, and I didn't know what the issues were exactly. I just knew that last time we tried to use it, it would lock up. So I tried to use it, and of course, it locks up. So I have to call, and I think, our awesome sponsor is probably watching still. But I had to call the sponsor and say, I need a video card. And this is during COVID, right? I mean, it's not like, hey, I need $100 for a cheap video card. No, this was in the middle of COVID. I ended up picking up a 1660 Ti right in the middle of COVID, and our awesome sponsor paid for it. So keeping us on the air, keeping it all real out here. Still running that 1660 Ti. Maybe with the blurry screen, I might need to ask him for maybe we could get a 3060 or a 3060 Ti. Maybe we ought to upgrade while prices are down.
Yes.
But awesome sponsor, Stair Fittings Incorporated, helps us out with paying for the race time. iRacing costs money for each hour that you rent. It's not a lot of money. It's only like 50 cents, but it adds up, right? I mean, we race 4 or 5 races a week. We do practice sessions. Each race session is at least 2-3 hours. And, you're looking at, $10, $15 a week, and it's 4 weeks a month. It adds up, 60, $70. And they help out with all that. And also, all of the cars and tracks for the streaming PC and the iRacing subscription are covered by our sponsors. So between Stair Fittings Inc. is the majority of it, and Grandpa's Kitchen helps out with some of that. Plus, we have expenses for race control, which we have now in the league on Sunday nights. All that stuff's taken care of by our sponsors, and really want to thank them at Stair Fittings Inc. for helping us out. And I hope the enjoyment goes both ways there. I know they love the racing, but hopefully Bigg Wizurd TV and keeping us on the air streaming and allowing me to come out here and do the broadcast. I'm sorry to tell you this, Julian, but we don't get paid. We don't get paid for this.
I'm leaving.
I'll be on the air for a while here by myself.
Good night, everybody.
But it's just great fun, and to have this open and available for us to do is super, super exciting and super fun for me. And I hope they enjoy it as well. So big shout out, big thanks to Stair Fittings Incorporated. They do also, other than sponsoring this, East to West Racing and keeping Bigg Wizurd TV online, they also have awesome stair products. We need to get like a professional photo shoot to come out here to my house. We had some stairs installed here, and I'll tell you what, they are top notch. I mean, this stuff is the most beautiful wood. It's gorgeous stuff. We've got the wrought iron balusters and the wooden box newels, and it's just beautiful. Oak oak stair treads. Just wonderful work. So big thanks, big shout out to Stair Fittings Incorporated. Check out their inventory at orders.stairfittings.com. That's orders.stairfittings.com. That's where you can get the goods. I don't know that it would work very well for South Carolina, simply because of how far away it is.
Yes.
But there's
too far.
There's the information on the screen. As long as the screen's not still blurry. Orders.stairfittings.com. All right, we have 5 hours, 8 minutes to go. Morgan Tegey out front has stretched the lead to 29 seconds. It looks to me like Apex Everything Racing is trying to hold their own. They're trying not to let this get away.
That's right. Yes, indeed. Neil has upped his pace, and I'm surprised actually that Morgan hasn't pulled away a little bit more. But it seems to be stable around 30 seconds right now.
Yeah, and I think that that extra pit stop, is just whittling away that extra time and getting it down to a point where, over 3 stints or 2 stints or however long we got Morgan here in the car, it might make that gap pretty tough to overcome. But we'll see. We'll see. If Neil is their quick driver, we've got some quick drivers coming as well. Right after Morgan, Mr. No Slouch himself, Brandon Duley, will be in the car.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody in that Buckeye car is fast, and if Nathan has not yet done his fair share, he will have to get back in the car again. But he may already have done it, so we may not see him again.
Getting some choppy internet here. Looks okay now, but I had a couple blinks on the stream. Hopefully that'll clear up. Even on my inside, like on my computer, not the stream itself. Hopefully we'll be able to hang on here for the rest of the broadcast. I don't want to have a problem where I have to reboot everything, but if we do, we can come right back in here and keep it going. So if there is a problem, we'll keep at it and we won't let it go. Yeah, 29.8, almost 30 seconds now. The gap. Morgan's just holding that off.
He's still eking out a little bit of time every lap, but Neil is doing a good job for the Apex team. I mean, if you are half a second off Morgan's pace, you're doing jolly well.
Yeah, no doubt there.
No doubt there. And we would love to be half a second off Morgan's pace, right?
Any day.
Any day, yeah.
I'd take it any day.
That's it. It's more like 2 seconds in my case.
Yeah. Around the outside on turn 17, passing the number 716 third place car, currently third place in the GTD class. As Morgan goes by for yet another lap. 231 laps down, about 175 to go. From what I'm seeing online, that stream has not cleared up at all since we started this stream.
No, you're right. It does not look very sharp.
Yeah, this is the fault of Xfinity internet. As soon as fiber is dragged over here by my house, I will be switching. But I can't get anybody to bring it here yet. Because when you're the only person on the whole street asking for it, nobody seems to want to bring it to your house. So Xfinity, Xfinity, if you're listening, fix the upload capability or you'll be gone. There you go. How's that? Told you right there on the air. It's live. It's on the air. It's real now.
You showed them.
That's right. They better fix this. I'm telling you what. They better fix it right now.
That's it.
If I call them right now and tell them to fix it, they're going to say, "Did you reboot your router?"
That's yes. That's exactly what they'll say. A brilliant stalling tactic.
I don't have time to reboot my router. I'm trying to stream a race. What's funny is I can look at this. I can look at the firewall, and right now my download speed is 1300 meg, or 1300 megabits per second, 1.3 gig download, and the upload is terrible. So, welcome to Cable Modem World.
Well, what is not terrible is Morgan's last lap at 1:44.7. So he has put the hammer down again and eked out that gap now to nearly 32 seconds over Apex.
I think it has a lot to do with traffic. Seems like when he's open course, he's a lot quicker. He's got a really large gap in front of him now. He's exiting Tower Corner here, and the next car is in the Ullman Straight. So, and those are LMP2s, so they're not slouches themselves. So he should have a good lap coming up this lap and possibly the next lap. So he's got some nice open racetrack in front of him.
It might also depend on what mode his hybrid is in. He could be switching from build to attack and back to build. Or he might just be running in balanced mode the whole time.
Yeah, that's a interesting comment there. With the hybrid mode, you can change how the hybrid works from inside the car.
Yeah.
So, as the driver needs different tools at the time, he can adjust how much boost he's getting out of the hybrid engine. But the hybrid only has so much, right? It only has so much power. And once it's gone, it has to recharge, and the batteries recharge off of braking. So you have to be careful and not lose the recharge opportunities. So coasting into the corners, saving a little fuel, hard on the brakes, will allow you to gather up some of that go-go juice on the battery side and keep things going. So.
Yep. These guys at Apex, at Buckeye Endurance, are very astute. How they know how to use this hybrid system. Yeah, when I run in this car, I really don't have the mental capacity to fool around too much between the different modes. But the Buckeye guys are much better than I am, and they can, kind of deal with this stuff while they're also driving the car at 100% as well.
Look at that. Neil Hunter just dropped a 1:45.8.
Yeah, that's a pretty good lap.
Pretty good lap for him. Still lost 0.6 of a second to Morgan.
Yeah.
So they're trying everything they can to match speed.
I would love to have been a fly on the wall during their last stint to hear their radio. Whether they were planning to bring Neil in or whether there was a little bit of a sort of
strategy.
We've got to get our fast guy in right now before it's too late.
Yeah. Well, Morgan with another 144, and is that Neil with no time? Did he go off the racetrack? Oh no, there he goes, 146.4. So lost 1.8 seconds on that one.
Yep.
Not able to keep that consistent 144 lap time that Morgan's able to do.
Yeah. I think it could very well be a minute or so by the time Morgan steps out of his final stint.
You know, when we had Brandon in the booth a little while ago, he was talking about how in the second stint you kind of get your groove, right? I mean, you get your rhythm, and you can just kind of roll with it. And it looks like that's what Morgan's got going on now, as he is just nailing the times.
Yeah, 44.5 his last lap. That's quick.
And coming around again now down Almond Straight here. See what he clicks off this time. It seems like he's doing another one real strong. He did have a little rough, little off track there coming through Tower Corner there. It slowed him down about 0.4, but not to show on the clock, as it's a 144.6 this time through.
Yeah, another good lap. This is a monster drive right here.
Let's jump in the car with him and see it from his perspective. Cockpit view here from inside the car. Watching Morgan Tegey take a lap here at Sebring International Raceway through the hairpin here, coming out of turn 7. A little kink there, up through Fangio and into Cunningham. Fangio and Cunningham are winners here at Sebring. I've got a bunch of history that we haven't even talked about at Sebring. Some stuff I looked up last night. Let's see if I can find it here. I think we've already said a couple times that Sebring opened first time in 1950 was the first time they raced. And back in the early days, the Crosley was the car. And the winner in 1950 is not a multi-winner, so I don't have it. Okay, Fritz Koster and Ralph Deshawn were the winners in the very first. But back then it was a 3.3 mile circuit. The very next time they raced was 1952, and they increased the track to 5.8 miles, or 5.38 miles. Now the track is only 3.74 miles, so I don't know where they were driving to get 5.8 miles out of that. It seems like a monstrous racetrack.
Yes.
So, not its current configuration, obviously.
No, not even close.
I mean, there's that little runoff right there in turn 7 that takes you into a tighter hairpin at the end of that corner, but that's not 3 miles.
No, that would only add a few hundred yards. Well, 100 yards or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't add too much, but back then they had 5.38 miles. And then they started getting into the Jaguar, won it in 55, Ferraris, Maseratis, Porsches, Chaparrals, a lot of cars coming in from Europe, pushing, trying their hand at Sebring. And, one of the winningest drivers is actually from the recent era, Tom Christensen, from 1999 to 2012, won 6 times. So that's almost every other year he would win the race. He won in 99 and 2000, 2005 and 2006, 2009 and 2012. So the winningest driver here at Sebring, Tom Christensen, and he has turn 3 is actually named after him as we go into it right here. He's coming out. This next left-hander is called Christensen Corner, right here. That's how they do it here. They name the track corners after the famous winners of the race. There's one called Gendabin. He won in 1959, 1960, and 1961. And his corner, I believe, I don't know which one it is, but he has a corner. Oh, right there, turn 1. Turn 1 is his corner. So, interesting facts here on the racetrack. Fangio actually is another winner. I'm pretty sure Fangio was a driver.
Yes.
That is now turn 9. Whoops. Let's see if we can find out when he won. He just raced. Apparently he raced in the 50s. Juan Manuel Fangio. Top drivers who competed on the European circuit in the 50s all raced at Sebring. 1950 12 Hours was the only American race the 5-time world champion Fangio ever won. So he won in 1957. And that was in a Maserati. So, there you go.
Yeah.
1966, as we know, was the year that the Ford GT came out and raced over in Le Mans. They won here in a Ford X1 Roadster in 1966. And then again in 1977 with the Ford Mark IV, which I believe is the same car that won at Le Mans that year.
That would be 67, right?
1967 with Mario Andretti behind the wheel. And
Right.
Mario is one of the only multi-time winners here. I mean, there's only about 10 drivers that have won more than twice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 10 drivers have won 4 or more times. Mario Andretti has, or 10 drivers have won 3 or more times. Mario Andretti has 3 of them. 1967, 1970, and 1972. Interesting note, Mario Andretti, the driver there, as the only race car driver to have ever won a Formula One race, an IndyCar race, the World Sports Car Championship, and a NASCAR race.
Yeah, that will never be matched again.
I don't believe it will. And he actually is the only driver to have ever won the Indy 500 and the Daytona 500. Not in the same year, but the only one to have ever won both of those races. And that is a huge accomplishment.
Yes, extraordinary.
The man is an absolute legend. He's still involved in IndyCar. You'll see him out driving around in the 2-seater. If you go to the racetrack, they always have a Dallara always makes a special 2-seater car, and they have that for him now. The Dallara IR18 that they run right now in the IndyCar series. He has his own car. It's a 2-seater car, and he gets someone to ride around with him, and he rides around there in front of the pace car before the race starts on every race. He goes every race, and he actually gets to run around the track, and he kind of beats the pace car back around to the pit lane. But he takes he'll take a fan or a spectator, some kind of celebrity or somebody around on that lap before the race begins, and he puts it down. He throws down a pretty decent lap. He's not going to be getting the pole, but he sends up a good race lap for those guys to give them a feel of what it feels like to run in an Indy car. Quite a treat.
I imagine that is quite an interesting experience.
I was trying to get in the seat. I'm a little larger than Mario. Mario's about 5'2", and he weighs about 100 pounds. I am not 5'2".
Is he really that short?
He is. He's really short, yeah.
I see, okay.
I'm about 5'8", and I weigh 3 Marios. But I couldn't get... I'm actually working on that, but I couldn't get in the car. I was there. I was trying to get down in the seat, and I couldn't fit in the seat. And they were trying to push me in, and I couldn't breathe. So I got out and was not able to do the drive around with him in the IndyCar at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway in 2011.
Oh, that is a shame.
Yeah. My worst moment in racing. I couldn't go around the race. It would have been exhilarating. I mean, even if I couldn't breathe, I figured, well, would I pass out after about 2 minutes?
Oh, gosh.
Because I was close. They said, if you just go a little bit further, you'll get in. And I just couldn't get in, and I couldn't breathe. And I was like, well, I got to meet him, shake his hand, and I got an autograph from him on a really cool Hewlett-Packard racing helmet. So
still a good day.
It was a good day. It was.
Yeah.
It was a good day. Mario Andretti, quite a driver, has driven everything with wheels. And has won here 3 times at Sebring. '67 raced with Bruce McLaren. Now, how do you like that? He raced with one of the owners,
team, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the owners from New Zealand of McLaren Racing. Back in 1967. The new GTP era, the Whelen Engineering Cadillac, Jack Aitken, Pippo Durrani, who is one of the only one of the very few 4-time winners of the race, and Alexander Sims was the race team in 2023 last weekend that won the race. Pippo Durrani also ran in the same Cadillac Whelen Engineering Racing team in the DPI car back in 2019 for a win, as well as in the Nissan team when the Nissan team was running in DPI back in 2018. So he's had 3 wins just since 2018. 2016 was his 4th. Running for... Oh, he was in a Ligier. Looks like an LMP2. Interesting. Interesting stuff.
Yes. Well, Morgan has eked out a 36-second gap or thereabouts. He set a 44.3 a couple of laps ago and a 44.2 a couple of laps prior to that. So there's a lot of pace in this car. I suspect that this might be a function of the hybrid mode. Now he is in the pits as we turn lap 241 becoming lap 242.
Pretty much on track for his pit schedule. Don't see anything out of the ordinary there.
Nope, that looks spot on, doesn't it? 24 laps, I think, since the last stop. So this will be his final stint.
Should be, unless there's more changes coming.
Right.
And Apex just goes by now down the front stretch. That was half the pit stop time as Morgan pulls out.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a large advantage. 37 seconds, a very large advantage. We'll see how he does on his outlap. In-laps and outlaps make the difference in these tight races. That's not going to help him.
No, he came right out behind that P2 car.
Yeah.
Probably won't lose much time though, because his tires are cold and he's not able to push at 100% anyway right now. So you make a nice pass with a bit of luck. No, the P2 car not giving him any ground there.
That is the P2 leader, Stephen. that's the P2 leader as he lets him go there on the exit of the hairpin.
Right.
Apex still out on the racetrack.
Yes.
Coming around Le Mans now.
Now
Morgan,
were they 2 laps later than Buckeye last time around, or was it 1? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what it shows.
Their
last pit was lap 220.
Yes.
And Morgan was 218. So.
Right, so they will not be coming in this lap, and probably not the next either.
We'll see if they're going to try to stretch it. If he's trying to match speed, I don't think he's going to be able to stretch very much farther. 2 laps is 2 laps. And right now, the gap, the interval at the moment, he's in the lead, is only by 16 seconds. And he's going to have to really push. He gained the 48 seconds is the interval there. We'll see what Morgan can gain on the flip, on the merge in.
Yeah, Neil's last lap was a 45.3, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pushing. He's pushing.
He is.
I don't think he's going to get more than the regular 24 laps here out of the fuel if he's pushing that hard. Let's see what we got here. What else we know about Sebring? I think right now we got to watch this in-lap, out-lap split.
Yes.
And see what happens. So,
yes.
Neil actually getting a little bit of a gain here on Morgan as Morgan's running those cold tires, trying to get up to speed.
Yep. That will offset when Neil jumps onto a new set of tires. But we think he will not stop here, right? That he's going to do one.
I think he has to here.
Oh, you do?
I think he does. This
Oh,
is
you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
There he goes.
Yep.
But with only 16 seconds, 17 seconds, I mean, Morgan's already coming around Sunset Bend right now. I mean, he's right there. He's almost made up the entire pit stop.
Yeah.
Neil's still in the car at the moment. Doesn't look like he's going to be getting out. Oh, wait.
I think he is. Yes, Nathan's back in.
Nathan is in the car.
Interesting.
They're probably trying to get their minimum drive times in for all their drivers. Nathan was not their quickest driver earlier on.
Right. Yeah. I think that must be it, that Nathan must not yet have done his fair share, because I think tactically they would not want him in the car right now up against Morgan.
Well,
but they may have no choice.
Well, and plus, I mean, it's a team race, and everybody's designed to run their certain amount of race laps and stint, and that's what you do. You try to, you're out there to run your race and do your strategy. You really shouldn't be changing everything up because one guy's in front of you or behind you, or you really need to run your strategy to try to win your race.
No, I think that's fair. Yes.
So if they know the speeds, they know the differences on the drivers, and they expect the other teams to have that same difference. I mean, everybody on Apex or everybody on Buckeye Endurance Green is not Morgan Tegey. So, but I saw Rich Hibbs out there running some really good lap times. Adam Novotny can throw down the laps as well, and everybody knows Brandon is just top notch. So,
yeah, that's right. There's no weakness in that team at all.
Yeah, I don't think there's a kink in the armor there.
None at all, and I think Apex has shown that they are not quite at the same level. They do have one or two guys that are a little bit quicker than some of their other guys, but overall they're not able to quite match that sustained pace that Buckeye is showing.
Right. Not with every driver every lap.
Exactly.
Morgan's right back down in the 145s.
Right, and that's on full fuel, so I would expect Morgan to be turning 44s.
Well, he's not far off of it. He's only 500ths off right now.
Right. Yeah, so now we're up to nearly 40 seconds, the gap.
Yep, we've got...
And Nathan just ran wide. He's still on cold tyres. That was at turn 1, I think.
Yeah, they've had a couple offs at turn 1.
Yeah. Fortunately, not any damage to the car.
Right.
Because we want an exciting race here. But you're right, they have had a few. I bet Morgan will pick up 2, 3, 4 seconds before Nathan's tyres are up to temperature.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah.
Well, we're here live. Bigg Wizurd TV on the air here. Where'd my stream go? Oh, I'm looking at other stuff. That's not good. The stream looks fair. It's not great, but it's better. A little better than it was. Still a little blurry. And the cat's upset apparently. I don't know if you can hear him.
I can't. No. my cat was lying on the across my desk just now. He's gone out. He wasn't getting the attention he normally gets, so he was like, "All right, I'm leaving."
Get him up here near the microphone. He's sure to make some noise. Yes. He doesn't like being picked up. You say hi? Say hi to everybody at home. Say hi to the viewers. No? You're shy now?
Oh, I can hear him purring.
He's not a fan of being picked up.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, look at that. You see, Morgan did pick up 4 seconds. He's jumped to 43 now.
Picked up 3.2 that last lap. He ran a 144.5.
Right.
Nathan's 147.7. I'm guessing Nathan's got a little bit more in the car as he gets the tires warmed up. But I don't think Nathan has a 144.5 in it.
Right. No, I don't think so.
We'll see how the deltas go as we start clicking off the last of the laps here. 247 as we click by, 246 complete. Our leader overall, Morgan Tegey in Buckeye Endurance Green, dives down into turn 1 with 4 hours and 36 minutes to go. We've still got a triple stint coming in from what we understand from Brandon Duley. He'll be up next, and he'll be driving us into the sunset, I believe. He was the one practicing the sunset drive, which is the Almond Straight, if you didn't know. Sunset Bend is duly named because it is where the sun sets.
And it's fierce too.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw
into that sun.
Did you see the pictures that he posted earlier today?
Yes, I did. I did see those.
Oh my goodness, the sun just glaring right down in your face.
It's even worse in VR.
Oh, I bet.
Yes.
Blinds the whole thing, huh?
Absolutely.
Well, look at this. Nathan dropping down a 145.8. Holding his own here against the speedster. Superman himself here.
Yeah.
Morgan getting bottled up a little bit that last lap in some traffic. We'll see. Looks like about a 145 this time by. We'll see what he gets. I'm going to say a 145.2. 145.7. Yeah, getting slowed down by some traffic.
Yep.
Still putting down some laps as the gap currently at 42 seconds. You can't hold him down long. You may have him get held up by traffic once in a while, but it won't last.
No. Nope, that's right.
It's a long lap, though. 42 seconds is a good lead. It's not going to get you a lap. Not even with 3 good solid stints. So I think the Apex team has really done well on holding in during the Morgan stint here. He does still have this one long stint to go, and if Nathan stays in the car, Brandon jumps in next lap. It's going to be another challenge for him because Brandon's probably going to still be in the 45s. Plus track temp down to 78 degrees. It's getting down to the start. About what the track temp was at the start of the race. So grip's going to increase, and as long as the car's in good shape, you're still going to be able to crank out those good laps.
That's right. That's what the Buckeye team is good at. They just keep bringing the pain to the other teams. One driver after another, just setting fast laps, and it wears the other guys down until they break.
Yeah. Well, that's endurance racing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You're trying to break the other guy, not in one fell swoop, but just gradually.
MRT Wolf has taken themselves out of any kind of contention. They were 2 laps down last we checked, and have now dropped down to 12 laps down. So not having the race they wanted in the number 92 car, still in P3 and still running laps, but they must have had a repair. And
yes.
Adolfo Perez back in the car, running in the 150 mark and losing ground by about 5 seconds a lap to Nathan, who's in second spot, 11 laps ahead of him.
Yes, they're in danger of falling into the clutches of Fast Forward Esports, the 88 car. There's only 1 lap back from them right now, I think.
About equal times there, but Fast Forward I've seen run some pretty quick laps out there. Still running in the 48s right now, but Adolfo Perez in that MRT Wolf Motorsports car not getting the speed out of the car he wants at this late in the race. Maybe they've got slight damage. It's possible they're down on
yes,
top end, maybe.
Yes, quite possible. Even if you take repairs, it doesn't always bring your car back to 100%.
Right.
And the guys over at Fast Forward, they will be sniffing a podium now.
Yeah, they can. If they can start closing that gap. It's only a lap difference at this point.
Yes.
And with 4.5 hours to go, a lap seems to be eternity, but you tick away at that, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, pretty soon. 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there.
5 seconds, David. Yes, and that's right.
It doesn't take much.
Nope.
Is Morgan on another burner as the number 9? No, that was the 19, Brent Santo, and the number 19, Cobalt Racing, dives out of the way. It seemed like a drastic move there. He kind of pulled off the racetrack, almost went into the dirt.
Yes.
To give Brandon the room, or to give Morgan the room to get by. That was.
Nobody wants to be the guy that took out the leader.
with
4
hours to go. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see, 1950. It's the first time around here, 12 Hours of Sebring. They waited a year, and 51 they didn't race, actually. They don't say why. There were a couple gaps in the race. They went every year until 1974. They actually didn't race in 1974 because of the energy crisis. Remember the 1974?
Yes, they couldn't get the gas.
Yeah, no gas, right? You'd have people sitting at the gas pumps. So
yes,
apparently they decided not to race. Yes. Maybe they couldn't get any VP racing fuel.
Well, or maybe it just wasn't so politic to be driving around in circles using up lots of gas when other people were lined up at the pumps.
Very, very, very true.
Yes.
And the race wasn't postponed due to any wars. The World War II was prior to this race being run for the first time. It was 1950.
Right.
So, and other than that, I don't know that there are any other. Did they stop it for COVID? No, they did not. Every other year there's been a race, so only a gas shortage can take out Sebring.
There you go. This used to be an airfield during the war, right? During the Second World War, I assume.
Yes, it was. It was.
Right.
Let's see. I think there's a person that owned the field. Is it Hendrick? Yeah, Hendrick's Army Field. Army Airfield, World War II Air Base, where they ran, I believe the B-17s were here.
Okay.
I'm not sure what else, but I heard the other day on the broadcast from Peacock that those B-17s were launched out of here.
Right.
It is considered one of the three legs of the Triple Crown. That's interesting to note because there's the two 24-hour races are definitely the two big ones, right? I mean,
the Triple Crown of Endurance, yes.
Yeah, I mean, but the two 24s and then this race. So
yes,
that is kind of interesting to me because, I mean, obviously, I mean, the two 24s are the big ones. I mean, Le Mans, Daytona, those are the ones everybody wants to win. But this race right here is one of the most challenging races, and you can ask the drivers, they'll tell you on all the interviews and things we were watching that this is the challenging course, not because of its time, but because of the track.
Yes.
You know, this track is just brutal. It's hard on equipment. It's hard on the drivers. It's dark. When we get to the nighttime, when we get to those nighttime hours here in a couple hours, it's currently 8 o'clock. Is it 17? It's almost 1800, so it's 6 o'clock at the racetrack. So a couple more hours, I think we'll get in the dark. But there's no lights on this racetrack. You go to Daytona, it's lit up like a Christmas tree, right? I mean, you got corner lights, you've got infield lights, you've got, you know, they race NASCAR at night there. So NASCARs don't have headlights.
I think they run the floodlighting at reduced intensity during the Daytona 24, but nonetheless the track is lit the whole way around. Yes.
I mean, you probably still want your headlights, but you probably don't absolutely have to have them to go around the racetrack. Where here, there's no way you could go around this racetrack without your headlights.
No way.
In the dark.
Nope.
So they say it's one of the toughest. So Triple Crown. And the other thing I thought was interesting is that the other racetracks have corner names from these racetracks. Like there's a Le Mans corner. Turn 16 is Le Mans corner. And then they changed just recently. Daytona, they used to call it the bus stop, and it's now called the Le Mans chicane. So they're trying to bring in the sharing nature, I guess.
Yes.
Of the different racetracks. And I know there's supposed to be a Daytona corner and a Sebring corner at Le Mans this year. So we'll see.
They already have an Indianapolis, of course.
They do, and that is one wild corner.
Yes, that's right. It's a very fast complex going in there, and you have to brake like a crazy guy to get the car stopped going around there.
That right-hander into Indianapolis, I think it's the combination, right? I think that's the corner, is the right-hander and then the left.
It is, and the problem is that you can't get on the brakes easily until you've got through the corner and the car is sort of straight, pointing in a straight line. So you get on the brakes just a little bit later than you really like to do because of that right-hand kink as you go into that complex.
Right. So hitting the brakes in the kink because it's a banked corner could actually get the car to come around on you.
That's right, and you're going so quickly at that point that there's you're not coming back from that. Yeah. If you lose the car, you're going to have a lot of damage.
So that is a little more interesting information. What else do we have? Okay, so you know how we were wondering how they made such a big racetrack? It says Sebring Circuit combined former airport runways with narrow two-lane service roads. The 1966 event was a turning point as the facilities and the safety of the circuit were heavily criticized. 5 people were killed during the race, which was more people killed than the race's prior 15 years combined.
Wow.
Bob McLaren crashed in the hairpin. While approaching the hairpin, his car rolled several times, struck a utility pole, and exploded, landing in a ditch and killing McLean. No, that was McLean. Bob McLean, not McLaren, because McLaren won in '67, so that couldn't happen.
Yes, that would be rather difficult.
Another incident, Mario Andretti and his Ferrari 365 P2 tangled with Don Weston's Porsche 906 on the Warehouse Straight near the Webster Turns, killing 4 spectators and crashing into a warehouse next to the racetrack. Subsequent to these events, the facilities were upgraded and the circuit layout was changed, including elimination of the Webster Turns and creating the Green Park chicane down the track, moving the straight further away from the airport warehouses. Circuit was made safer, and there have only been 4 fatalities since then, a remarkable record for a circuit of Sebring's age.
Yeah.
So I know it's not something that race fans or race drivers want to be a part of by any means, whether it's from your car injuring a fan or spectator, or the drivers themselves losing their lives in the races. And, I've been watching racing for, it's been at least 40 years that I've been watching racing, probably more. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen in all forms of motorsports, whether it's, IMSA, IndyCar, NASCAR, drag racing, anything out there, there's a danger. You're dealing with cars that are, these things are going 180 miles an hour. At 180 miles an hour, anything can happen. You don't know what's going to happen at that speed. Some of the dragsters now go 330 miles an hour in 1,000 feet. How do you stop a car that goes 330 miles an hour?
And they don't have a lot of distance to stop those drags. It's a quarter mile, right?
Yeah, they actually run less than a quarter mile now because of that speed. They had to slow them down. Well, reduce the amount of distance.
Right.
But the crazy thing about that, I've seen. I was even in the stadium. I was at the racetrack in 2011 in Las Vegas when we lost Dan Weldon to the race, to that accident there. I've seen these things happen, and one of the biggest and best things that we've done is over the years they have created the safety in the cars to save these drivers. Back in the 70s and 80s, all of these prototypes were open cockpit. They didn't have roofs on them. They were just open. There was just, you had the GT cars that were closed, but the LMP2s, even until just like 10 years ago, were an open cockpit car. The safety has been such dramatically improved last dozen years. And I don't know if you watch a lot of Formula One, but when Romain Grosjean went into that fence a couple years ago, it was one of those times when I watched that happen and I said, my goodness, we've lost another one. And when he walked out of that car, when he jumped out of that car,
the car was on fire, wasn't it?
Wasn't heavily. Much left of it, but that was that was the time when I said, here's an accident where we would have lost a driver and we didn't.
Yeah.
And the same thing if you watch the Daytona 500 from a couple years back. The driver of the 6 car, I can't remember his name right now. Ryan. His name's Ryan, if I can think of the last name. But he actually invented a support bar that went above the driver's head on the driver's side of the car in the door that double layered the roll cage right above the driver's door. And in that race at the Daytona 500 finish, when they were going across the line, he was upside down sliding along the racetrack, and a car hit him at full speed right at that spot on the door. So the piece that he designed probably saved his life. But again, horrific accidents, and they get out of the cars. The cars no longer go up in the grandstands, and take out, I don't know how many fans and people get hurt from those, a tire getting loose or a car hitting the fence. The improvements have been so great that it really makes me want to watch racing even more. I mean, you can have those accidents like Adam was talking about earlier, where the car goes 8 feet in the air off of turn 1 and hits the tire barrier, crashes down into a big pile, and the guy gets out of the car and walks away. I mean, how wonderful! I mean, I think it's amazing, a great thing. When that incident with Formula One, that was definitely the one, right? I mean, to know that we don't have to lose our best drivers, when you can have a champion, Sebastian Vettel, retire instead of be put down in a casket to finish his Formula One career, that is a great day when that stuff can happen.
Yeah, that's right. These guys are running hundreds of races in their careers now.
Yeah.
200-300 races or so, whereas there was no way you could do that at one time. You're lucky to get, a fraction of that.
Right. And I think that's why I think we see a lot of drivers win 6, 7, 8 championships now, where in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that was nearly impossible because the drivers didn't last that long.
That's right. Yeah.
Sad to say, but absolutely phenomenal that was going on. Look at this. Nathan Kleindienst just dropped a 1:44.8 and holding his own at 51 seconds behind Morgan.
This is surprising because he was way off the pace in his previous stint, and I wonder if it has something to do with the track temperature, or I don't know if the car just suits him better now. But he was losing 2 seconds a lap to Morgan, and now he's really holding his own pretty much.
Yeah.
So, but Morgan is still eking out. We said by the end of his stint, he'd probably have a minute lead over the Apex car, and it's looking like it will be right around there. And that is a substantial lead. Very difficult to come back from that.
Well, it's the biggest lead they've had since early on in the race, and at this point, it's really close to equaling out an entire pit stop.
Yeah.
So if Brandon can get in the car and still drop in the 145s, then I think if they can hold on to this 50 seconds plus, I don't think anything's going to be able to stop them. Again, it's got to stay clean. They've got to be able to stay out of trouble.
Yep.
They've still got, there's 15 12 of the 15 LMP2s out there. There's still 8 or 9 of those, the GT3s out there.
That's right.
We can go through and figure it out here. The 13 cars in the lead here of the LMP2 class, as Morgan's right up behind him now. He's going to pass him, and he will go. Wow, that's quite a few laps now. Morgan coming down the Almond Straight, goes around the 13 car. That is the leader of the LMP2 class. 240. Now that's 10 laps the gap now between LMP2 and GTP. So that's quite a gap.
Yeah.
Go back here to the 38 car. This is down to the 300 car. We've still got 10 cars out here. There's actually more than that. 497. 13 cars still running out of the 15 that started in the LMP2 class. And
that's extraordinary. That's been the story all day long, that there hasn't been any attrition in that class at all.
5
which is
cars
hard to explain.
Yeah, and 5 cars on the lead lap. But that one also looks like it's down to 2. The Flying Farts and Old Firm Racing 3 are within 30 seconds. Everybody else about a minute and a half back.
Yes.
Let's see. That's LMP2. Got to be careful which GT car I click on, because there's not very many of them left. 8 cars left in GTD, and 5 on the lead lap as well.
Yeah, both those classes much more competitive than the top class here, which boiled down to 2 teams relatively early in this race.
Yeah, it's been a 2-man battle for quite some time.
It has.
Morgan goes by the start-finish line again, finishing lap number 260. Another 145 flat. As the gap now pushes up to 53 seconds. What's he got to go? How many laps?
I think he'll be in around 266, I believe.
Yeah, 242, 24 laps, about 5 more.
Yes.
And Nathan holding his own, really running some good times out there. Staying with him, that's important that he stays there with him.
Yeah, it really is important for them, because it looks like Buckeye was going to be able to put the race out of reach for them, but I think it's just within reach still. But Buckeye certainly heavy favourites at this point.
Well, if this is Morgan's last stint, then I could see him taking a last stab there with Morgan in the car for the final stint if it's really close. But,
right, that's right. That's what we were speculating. It depends on whether or not he actually has the availability to get into the rig if he needs to, or if he has, commitments elsewhere. But
yeah, I wouldn't think so. I think these guys usually block this time off. This is pretty high importance to them.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly could come down to that. If the Apex guys are close, the Buckeye team may put Morgan back in to finish the race for sure.
Yeah. So we've got 13 and 8. That's 21. And then how many we have in the top class here? 76 car. 7. So 28 cars out of the 46. So quite an attrition rate.
Yeah.
For the field. Nathan getting some good runs. I think it's mostly traffic related, but Nathan is getting some good lap segments through this portion of the racetrack. He's really good between Cunningham and Le Mans Corner. He actually can gain a little bit back on most laps from Morgan. But Morgan also seems to hit a lot of cars through here, as he does again. Comes up on the third place GTD car of Vermilion Motorsports, and that is Emmanuel Morales. Nope. Kenny Economos. You can see the gap, 2.5 seconds. He just passed him. He's already stretched it out to 2.5 seconds. That's that's pretty amazing.
Yep.
He's pushed out to about a half a lap now, which is about the equivalent of almost equivalent to a full pit stop. We're going to be getting close to the point when Buckeye comes in for their pits. As they're pulling out, Apex is pulling in.
Yes. It's been a while since the two cars have actually seen each other on track.
Yeah. Well, and with endurance racing, that's what you want, right? You want that nice, boring. Don't see my opponent. Make sure he's well behind me.
Yes.
Get this guy out of here.
Yeah, you ideally don't want to see any other car the whole race. And when we did the Nürburgring race last year, I was surprised that you could run for quite a long time without seeing another car.
Yeah,
you know, like 10 minutes or something. Yeah.
This track is 3.7 miles
versus 14 or something.
Yeah, 14.
Totally different animal. Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense that you could drive around there for hours and not see another car.
Exactly, and you would think that the Nürburgring would be the most intense race, but in fact it was, I think, the opposite of that, the least intense race, because you're really not dealing with a lot of traffic, you know, whereas in this race you're constantly dealing with traffic. Morgan just clicked off a 1:44.0. That must be one of the fastest laps of the race. That's very quick. That's another nail in the coffin of their opponent.
That's a quick one for sure.
Really is. That's a very, very quick lap. I wonder what the fastest lap of the race is. It won't be a lot quicker than that.
Actually, it's almost a half a second.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah. Fastest lap is a 1:43.5.
Who said that?
Solo FML early on in the race went out really early, but
right.
I guess that's your fast burn driver.
That's it. That's it. There's always one or two of those in every one of these endurance races.
Yeah, yeah. So I think we calculated at 66. He's on 65. He might be coming in this time. Coming around Le Mans now, and this will be the end of a triple for Morgan.
Yes. An excellent stint. I thought he might eke out just a little bit more, maybe a minute, but almost a minute as it turned out. And
yeah, well,
and that's a heck of a stint. Right? He's in. Yes. Right on schedule.
Morgan coming in and really a great push on that previous lap, being 2 seconds gained that time, and on track for quite another gain. As here they come into the pit lane, stopped, gets out of the car.
Is out, and Brandon will jump in.
Sure, that will be a relief for Morgan to have that done.
Yes, that's right. Although, of course, we don't know for a fact that he may yet jump in at the end.
It's possible. It's possible.
Yep.
Brandon Duley jumps in the car and gets underway. Is he actually going to beat?
This is going to be close, isn't it?
This is going to be close.
He will just stay ahead.
Here comes Nathan here. Brandon out on the track, stays in front just by a half a second on the exit.
Now, Nathan will have the advantage with the warm tyres, but I wonder if he's going to try anything here because he's got to stop in a couple of laps anyway.
I think he's in this lap. He might try to get it on this one lap, and I think Brandon's going to let him go if he tries.
Absolutely.
Just simply because he doesn't need it.
Right. I don't think Nathan's trying to pass here.
I don't think it's very prudent to push the car when you're on your in lap.
Yeah.
Wow, what a close run.
Yeah. Of course, Brandon's having to brake a little earlier because of the cold tyres, and that sets up the possibility that Nathan could misjudge it and tap him from behind.
He's trying to get alongside here.
He is, yes.
On the wrong side of the corner, but I think he's got it. I think he's going to get this going into 15.
Yeah.
He's going to take the lead just for a moment.
Yes.
We'll see if he's got enough fuel, as Brandon really putting down some really good times already on this outlap. Pushing a little hard on that outlap could have had some negative effect on the tires, I suppose, but we'll see. Nathan should be diving into the pit lane right now. And he stays out, so that gives them another lap. That's 3 laps now. And he's really pushing hard. That is interesting. They're trying to push that fuel mileage. So while the Buckeye Endurance team went in and pushed hard, all they have to do now, though, is Brandon just has to, when they get the tires warmed up and get going, all Brandon really has to do is pick up about 3 to 5 seconds over the next couple stints to put them down that full pit stop.
Yeah. Yeah, I think looking at the Apex last stop was 144, lap 244. So 24 laps on top of that, and you would have 268, right?
Okay, so that's
So
this
they're
lap.
actually right on schedule here to stop, assuming they come in at the end of this lap.
It's possible Nathan was on full attack mode too, to try to get that gap, but he has put a little gap there. He's almost 4 seconds ahead, so he is really putting down that lap. Brandon losing time to him right now.
A little bit.
But again, the cold tires should flip back around.
Yep.
As well as a little
Nathan
bit of
was in the groove as well. Brandon hadn't been in the car for a little while.
There he is. Nathan's in the pit lane.
Yes.
So.
Yep.
Brandon retakes the lead. A good run there for Nathan, though, that last lap. Putting the gap.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, putting that 4 seconds in there. Now Brandon has to get out there and run those quick laps at this point, so he can not only retain this lead, but continue holding on to it. And
so Neil's back in the car.
Neil Hunter back in the car. So they're switching every time now.
They are. That's interesting, isn't it?
I wonder if they're trying to keep their drivers fresh, or if that's because what Brandon was saying earlier made a lot of sense. That once you get going and you get that first stint in, you start getting a feel for it.
Yeah.
I mean, we watched Morgan drop down that 135 or 144 flat.
Yes.
On his third
second
stint.
Third stint. That's right. Third stint. Yes.
Morgan's still not quite pushing up, matching the times. We'll see how Neil does with his laps. But Brandon not getting the times that the guys over there at Apex were achieving. But, we'll give him a couple laps to get things warmed up.
Yeah.
And see how it goes. We'll see if those guys are going to be dropping 144s. They might be able to close that gap back up.
Yes. But I think Brandon will start putting in some quick laps.
So Brandon comes around this time with
46.5.
46.5. So he picked up a couple seconds off the last lap.
Yeah, he's probably still not quite up to speed yet. I'm hoping the next lap will be in the 45s.
The track temp is down to where it started when we began the race 8 hours ago. We're now into the final 4 hours of the race. This is the last segment of the race.
Yes.
It's interesting that it's in the middle of the night and my stream looks terrible. We still have 5 viewers, which is great. I appreciate you guys being out here with us. I don't understand why that in the early morning hours that the stream isn't as good. What is going on at 1 o'clock in the morning Mountain Time?
They might throttle your bandwidth back a little bit during the night.
Well, my download is still strong, so if they throttle anything, they would do the upload. My download is still 1300 meg, so I don't see much of a dip anywhere. I'm pushing 12 megabits per second up as this stream goes, and that's apparently not enough. I just had a dip. I can see it now. I can actually watch the throughput of what's going on. And there is a spike every 15 minutes that something happens. I don't know if it's an attack of some kind or what, but something's going on every 15 minutes. Somebody's out there trying to hack me.
Could be.
Yeah.
Brandon just put in a 45.7, so he's up to speed now. There was a loss of about 3 seconds overall to the Apex team with that pit exchange.
We still got that 50 and a half second gap. We'll see. Neil's fighting back.
Neil just put in a 45.8, so he's not gaining on Brandon.
Yeah, they're swapping sector times at a tenth or less.
But remember that every lap that goes by, if they don't gain, the math becomes harder and harder for them.
Right. We'll see where this one ends up. We've got 30% left.
Yes, this race has flown by because we've just been totally absorbed by this battle.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because when I do the weekly Sunday night races, the races are like, 40 minutes, 15 minutes for the sprint, and 40 minutes for the feature, and it just zips by. It's gone. And you get in the booth and you start talking, you're like, it's over. I didn't even get to talk about anything. I didn't even talk about the driver.
Yeah.
It just zooms by. It's crazy how fast the time goes. So we got Jason out there in Michigan watching us out there online. So thanks for watching, Jason. Appreciate you being out on the stream with us. Hopefully before too long, Xfinity will figure out how to fix my internet to the point where you can actually see the cars.
Yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't think it's going to be like that all night, but it's been like that for a couple hours now. Not to my liking anyway. I'm sure it's not terrible, but it's not.
It's watchable. It's watchable. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not as crisp as it should be. Not as crisp as it was during the first race. The first half of the race seemed a lot better. The picture seemed to be much more clear.
Right.
So, well, it looks like Neil has gained another second or so. Looks like a second and a half.
Yes.
And Brandon had a really tough lap there in the second sector. Must have got caught up in some traffic.
I think so.
He lost 1 second in one sector alone, so it's pretty tough out there.
Yep.
Now Mooney is still going over in. I haven't heard a report on how they're doing, but they are still on track over at their split. They started at the same time, and he's running with JP and Rick Wishon, and I think Richard Wishon
TJ
as well. Oh, is it TJ?
I think TJ's in that team. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but, those guys are out there clicking away on a 12-hour of their own. They're running in a GTD class.
Yeah, I think it's a Ferrari, isn't it? They're running.
I believe that is what they said. Yes.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
was what it was,
Yeah.
so.
Yep.
It'd be nice to know if how they were doing. If they had the car still in one piece and still going. It looks like they're all still online, so they've got to at least be still moving in the right direction.
If you finish the race, you're probably going to have a decent, finishing position, because a lot of people just don't make it to the end. So,
right. Well,
especially in the lower splits. Yeah.
As we can see here in this race.
Yes.
With only 8 cars in each of the top and bottom class.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see what Brandon's lap is here.
He's green all the way across the board this time.
That's good.
So he's had a good
recovery. It's a 45.8, yeah. That's what we want to see.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, what's going on,
man?
Mr. Incredible.
I'm just my wrists are very glad to be done for the 12-hour.
Well, we have a question for you. What do you do if you guys are super close at the end of the race? Is there any way you might jump back in the car?
No, just because, as you saw with Brandon, and the same thing happened to me, it takes a pretty long time to get reacclimated.
Yeah.
Just because this car is so sensitive, especially on the brakes, that you just can't go full send right away. So I don't think I really had things click for me until about halfway through the first stint.
Right.
Well, it's been a show. I'll tell you what. This is great. I feel bad that my upload seems to be struggling, which is, as you know, my issue with YouTube.
I'm watching it right now. It's been looking pretty good.
Is it looking fair? Okay. What I'm seeing here is a little blurry, but if you're saying it's good, it's looking blurry to me, then I'll stop complaining about it.
Yeah, you can't always watch or trust the preview it spits out, but yeah, it's looking good.
All right, well that's good. I know the first one we did, the preview was crystal clear the whole time. It was a really good feed. So we've still got 5 guys out there watching, 6 right now. We just picked up another one. So the guys are watching the race and checking us out. So we had 98 views on the first half of the race. So
hey, there you go.
Not too bad. Not too bad. And, we turned on the second half, and I think we had 7 viewers at the time, and turned on the second half, and it went to 3. So I'm not watching this anymore.
Got one click too many.
Yeah, 1 click too many.
We were hoping you could pull out a 1-minute gap there, Morgan. Almost got there. 55 seconds, I think, at the end of your stint.
Yeah, it took me until halfway through the second stint to figure out what made the car happiest in terms of balanced and build modes on the car. Because when I first went out, I wasn't paying attention to it, and once the battery or state of charge got fairly low, just lost a ton of pace because it didn't have really anything to give you on the straights.
Yep.
So once I figured that out, then I was able to start fuel saving, and then things were really working. But had that click for me in the first stint, we definitely would have had over a minute, but we're still in a good position.
Yes, absolutely. I think the gap is pretty stable here. 52 seconds or thereabouts. I think Apex have pulled back a little bit. But
it's a little, but Brandon keeps putting down the good laps here. Brandon just dropped down a 45.8, and he's picking up.
Yep.
He's just picking up that little bit, and holding that gap right at 50 seconds. And I think it definitely looks like the Apex car is set up better for the second half of the lap, and the Buckeye car is set up a little bit better for the first half from the numbers I'm seeing.
Oh, right.
So,
well, part of that would probably be the strategy that we're doing now to charge the battery, because it's really the second half of the lap where we're charging. So we're losing at least 2/10 between turn 10 and Le Mans.
Yeah, I noticed that between turn 10 and turn 13, probably all the way to Le Mans. That was when the guy on the last stint, Nathan, I think it was, he was actually holding his own against you, but during the first 3 sectors of the track, he couldn't do anything. So that makes sense. So we don't want to give away all the secrets, though, just in case one of those 6 viewers happens to be Apex.
Or a spy on their behalf.
Some
That's
spy.
right.
That would be awkward.
That would be awkward.
I don't know if they could find us, though. It's not like I'm listed as Buckeye Endurance anywhere. Bigg Wizurd TV is not.
That's right. That's right.
Of course, you do have the Bigg Wizurd TV logo on the front of the car. You know,
yes, that's true.
I do appreciate that. That's pretty cool having it up there on the nose, and a little East to West Racing logo on the side. So I feel good that I didn't offer the $5 per driver again, $10 per driver. That got expensive last time.
Yeah, gotta be careful with that, but it's a long way to go.
Very, very long. Is it?
Yes.
Did you notice during your stint it seemed to thin out a little bit? We went down to just 8 cars left in both the hybrid V8 class and the GTD class.
Yeah, there's 28 cars total out of the 46 we started with, and yeah, it feels really lonely out there for the most part because it's just so spread out. People aren't really bunched up, which really hurts your opportunities to separate yourself by navigating traffic, because not everybody has the same skill level when it comes to maintaining lap time while getting through that.
Yeah.
So you think that actually hurts a little then, rather than helps, having the field thinned out?
From my perspective, I think it does, just because the last year worth of multi-class, I feel like I usually gain time through that. We usually call it the traffic lottery, but you don't get that with this, unfortunately. And this track being as big as it is, I mean, 28 cars sounds like a lot until you spread them out over nearly 4 miles.
Yeah, almost 4 miles. Yeah. Well,
but it's the cards we were dealt. We just gotta keep cruising.
Yeah, and of course, every lap that goes by, the path gets harder and harder for the other team. You know, to close the gap.
Yeah, that's the key there. And right now, Neil is not that he's slow, but I think out of the 3 drivers for the other team, he is probably the most conservative. And so it'll be real interesting when their other 2 drivers take their stints, because we'll see really how much they can eat into it. But we still have Adam and Rich to go, who both feel like they can potentially throw down some pretty competitive times as well. So it's going to be tight. I mean, 50 seconds sounds like a lot until somebody starts whittling away at it.
Yeah,
that's
for
right.
sure.
Well, you guys have gained a couple of seconds in the last few laps, so it's trending in the right direction now, at least at the moment.
Yeah, I hope it stays that way, and Brandon's got the right strategy. He's just trying to keep it safe and try to be as consistent as possible.
Well, it's definitely a good strategy. You guys are clicking away on the laps, and the time is ticking down. Just 3:40 to go. It's still a long race. You think about a standard IMSA race is 2 hours and 40 minutes, and we're still an hour longer than that.
Yeah.
So still a good long stretch to go. Anything can happen. You just got to keep it clean, keep it straight, and keep out of the other cars. There's still. I don't think anybody at this point is very unpredictable. The cars that are out there, you get kind of get to know them a little bit, but that doesn't mean they don't get in your way.
True. There's a couple wild cards out there. There's an LMP2, maybe 2 of them actually, that they were doing weird things, because some of them are fighting us, some are getting out of the way, and some are just maintaining the line. But we've had a couple like flip-flop halfway through a turn where they decide, oh, I'll get out of the way now. Which, once you fully commit, it doesn't make you feel warm and fuzzy.
Yeah.
No.
It's a little late at that point.
Yeah, I almost had a couple moments on my last stint going around some of the P2s, so hopefully they settle down. I don't know what's going on there, but hopefully it'll be over before we know it. Should be Brandon on for 2 stints, Adam on for 2 stints, and then Rich for 2. and that would bring us across the finish line.
All right.
It's interesting that the other guys over at Apex are running single stints. They've been flip-flopping between Neil and Nathan, just running one stint each, which I thought was strange. Well, it didn't seem to have any effect on their pace. They were still setting good lap times.
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised at that as well.
Yeah.
But it's working for them. I don't know if they're just hopping in cold or if they have another rig available or they're hopping into another session and just continuing to do practice laps. But somehow they're able to jump in and be just as fast as they were, 2 hours before that.
Yeah, that's right. It's impressive, but it's hard to see what the upside to that is, other than I suppose maybe a little bit less tiring to only have to do one stint. But I don't know.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, unfortunately, the way iRacing has this set up, we don't really have a penalty in terms of a driver change because it takes so long to fuel these cars. So you can change your tires and do a driver change in less time than it takes to refuel the car.
Yeah.
Which took all the strategy out.
Yeah, that's new for this car. The LMP2s, I believe, you did have a little penalty for swapping, but I'm looking at the lap times and the pit stop times, and LMP2s take longer to fuel than the GTPs.
Yeah, I noticed most of them have about 5 seconds longer.
Yeah,
so.
5 to 7 seconds longer in the pit lane versus, total pit time, not just stopped, but pit entry to pit exit, including the stop. For them is about a minute to a minute 5, and you guys are running 55 seconds. So
yeah, it looks like our box times for the GTPs are about 31 to 32 seconds, and for the P2s, they're about 36.
Yeah. So that should give them enough time to change drivers as well.
Yes, indeed. Well, they just have bigger fuel tanks, do they?
That is an excellent question. I haven't been paying attention to how long their runs have been.
Right. They don't go much farther. I think they actually go about a lap less than you guys.
Well, they don't have the hybrids, though. They don't have the hybrid, which probably the hybrid can eke out a little bit more laps on the same amount of fuel, right?
Yeah. And I'm seeing now, they're averaging between 21 and 22 laps a stint.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. So they're putting more fuel in, but they're also burning.
They're burning it off quicker.
Much quicker. Yeah.
But I don't know that when they set up these cars that they create that dynamic necessarily for. To have them match together. It's not like they're trying to make the LMP2s race against a hybrid V8. So I think these cars have what they have, and those cars have what they have, and they just happen to be on the same track. So,
indeed.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if iRacing continue the LMP2 in this race next year, because I don't think they're going to race them in real life, are they? After the end of this season.
LMP2s?
Yeah, I thought they were. Maybe that's just the World Endurance Championship.
I know they're dropping the GTE. I didn't know they were dropping the prototypes. LMP2's been a staple of the WEC for a long time.
I'll have to double check that, but I think the LMP2 ends at the end of this season in WEC.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me because I know there's two different versions of the prototype, the new prototype, because they have the hypercar, and then they have
the hypercar
just
hybrid,
just the LMH.
Yeah, they have two. Like the Glickenhaus is not as fast as these other cars.
Yeah, because the hypercar has the electric motor on the front wheels, so they get a tremendous launch out of corners, but it won't kick in until they go above 120 kilometers an hour. And the LMHs are almost identical to the LMDH.
Okay.
So it's right. So it's rear drive only, and it kicks in earlier, but it also has a smaller battery.
I just Googled it, and the LMP2 class will end. LMP2 class set to be axed from WEC from 2024.
Yes, that's because they have those 2 top classes now.
Right. Yeah.
Is that a change they're going to do at IMSA as well? You think?
Right. I was wondering that. I think I would think yes, but I don't know.
And then what would happen to LMP3s as well?
I think they're doomed as well. I think I heard something along those lines that they're also going to be axed.
Huh. I kind of like the multi-class that they have running right now with the 5 different classes going. The LMP3s are just barely faster than the GTDs, so it makes it pretty interesting. They got a lot more downforce in the corners than a GTD car will do. But very interesting what they're doing there. As well as, I mean, they're trying to make everything match better, and at the same time they're dropping cars out. So that's interesting.
There's a balance in there somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I like the GTD and GTD Pro combo. That really brought a lot more competition to the GTD Pro class. Before it was, and there were some races where it was 2 Corvettes and a Porsche, and that was it. That was the whole GTE class. So splitting the cars is difficult, but I think because they're splitting the cars, it's possible that they run one in WEC. Even when they get the Z06 GT3 car, they're going to have one in the WEC and one in the US IMSA class. It's still very possible. They did it at Sebring. They had the GTE Corvette out there running, and they had the GT3 Corvette as well. So, you never know what they're going to do. As Brandon has to be careful going into one.
Yeah.
He's getting a little bit of a dose of sunset. Also, the whole run down there is blinding. I'm looking at your stream, and it looks like you might have HDR off. With HDR on, which I think is what Brandon is running as well, it is absolutely blinding. You can't see anything going into the corner.
Well, let's drop into the cockpit here as he comes around. Next time around, we'll drop into the cockpit as we go down Allman Straight, and we'll see what it looks like.
I think the sun's also in your eyes as you go down to the hairpin as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
that's
I
correct.
guess so. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we already passed that one. I can't go in the cockpit now. Coming around Tower Corner here. Jump in the car with him and see what it looks like. Nice and smooth. I mean, it's when I watch you guys race versus what I see a lot of other people do. Yeah, he's getting a little bit of a glare. Not too bad yet.
No, it's pretty bad.
Not on the stream. Necessarily. Not really bad on the stream.
I'm looking in the iRacing app, and it looks.
I think it's potentially because you may have HDR off.
I probably do. I don't have enough power to be running that kind of stuff.
It's directly above his steering wheel on my screen. It's like a spotlight. It's
Yes.
so
Wow.
bright.
Yes, that's right. I think he's going to have the same thing going down to the hairpin as well. Yes.
Yes, he does.
Absolutely. Yes. Facing, I guess, due west, pretty much.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it up there, but it doesn't. It's not blinding on the stream, so
right.
I guess it's HDR plus.
Yeah, it's even tougher when you're in VR too. The sun.
Oh yeah.
It really.
So there's your top tip. If you have VR, just turn off HDR.
Ah.
Let's go from the nose cam as he catches up with this with his GTD or LMP2 car. You can see through the corners. The LMP2s really get through. They have some really good pace through those corners, but when they get to the long straights, the GTPs just take off. You'll see him here as he comes down the Almond Straight. This guy's gonna just be eating for lunch here as he goes by all the way in on the inside. Probably got a few marbles out of that one. Quick moves, quick hands, but I love watching you guys from the cockpit view because it's so smooth. You know, if you have the car set up right and you have it rolling in the right, you know, just a good rhythm, it's really smooth. And looks like Neil threw down that last lap. A pretty good time, picked up a couple seconds on that one. As he's pushing hard, they're gonna try to make a battle out of it. They're chipping away just slightly here, down to 47 seconds, but we are getting to that point. We're 4 or 5 laps away from another stop. As Brandon's halfway through his stint and down under 3.5 hours to go. If they want to gain, they're going to have to really kick it in. So smooth and steady. 3.5 more. So what's on tap, for tomorrow, Morgan? You going to do another 12-hour race? Or?
Nah, I'm going to sleep. I couldn't imagine doing this more than once in a weekend. I know there's people out there that do this as a practice run this session, and then they do it again on Saturday, but that is more commitment than I have.
They better be getting paid.
Yeah, I totally agree, because 12 hours at Sebring is like 24 hours anywhere else. Yeah. It's just so bumpy, and if you have any kind of wheelbase with substantial torque, doesn't even need to be a crazy direct drive, it just wears at you over a stint or two. Ron, I just sent you a screenshot of what Brandon sees as of last lap.
Yeah, that's definitely a little brighter than what I was getting on the stream here.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, he showed some pictures earlier he had when he had his HDR turned on. He shared some pictures in the chat. And it was pretty rough. It was really rough. So I'm glad he got it figured out and make it so he doesn't have to have that glare going through. So yeah, he showed a picture. It was 10 times worse than the shot you just sent.
Yeah, thankfully the sun's getting a little lower. It's not as bad now, but about 5 laps ago, that was brutal.
Yes, of course, you race in VR as well, right?
I do, and that's a non-starter in VR.
Yes. Right.
So do you do VR with endurance races as well?
Yep, that's the only thing I use is VR.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, just because when I initially set this up, I didn't have the space for triples, and VR was a lot less expensive, and so I went that route and then realized it's not actually less expensive because you need some significant hardware to make it work.
Yes.
Yeah, well, the VR equipment versus the triple monitors is probably a little cheaper, but when you have to have that video card and the other parts and components, definitely probably eats away at it.
Yeah,
No doubt.
It's you know, when it comes down to it, it's an expensive sport. It's an expensive hobby. No matter what you do, if you're serious about racing in a simulator and you want to be competitive, you can't just go out and buy a $200 wheel and pedal set. And I mean, some people can. I've seen it. I've seen some people do it, but consistently and week in, week out, it's much better. And plus, the immersion is so much better. We were talking about that earlier. Maybe you're not going to win races by spending $1,000 on a wheel, but but you will get more into it. It's more realistic and it's more fun. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, equipment definitely makes a difference to a point, but some of it makes you fast. Some of it's just there for the enjoyments. The same reason why there's $7 box wine out there, and there's also $100 bottles of wine out there. It just depends what you want to get out of it. At a certain point, one's maybe not necessarily night and day better than the other, but it's just what you want.
We got some. Oh, okay. All right. A little confused on the interval there. It went up to over a minute.
I'm seeing 48.6 at the moment.
Yeah, it's down to 46, but it was bouncing around a little bit. I don't know. It might have just been my uplink or stream or something.
Yeah, nothing crazy has happened other than Brandon's been held up by a couple P2s.
Yeah, he's had some hard time getting through, but he usually gets it back pretty good. But Neil looks like he's in his groove now, which is the interesting thing. Neil's running some great lap times and cutting some of this time off, and then he's going to get out of the car. So, that's we'll see. We'll see if he does.
Neil's last lap was a 44.4.
Yeah.
So he's booking it right now.
Yeah, he had a solid lap.
Yeah.
But he also lucked out on the traffic. He looks like he pretty much had tows the whole way.
Right.
It's the ebb and flow. You get some and you give some back. So.
Indeed. Speaking of giving back,
288.
I need to head back to the team because I'm sure. Oh, I was getting radio from the other stream, but I'm sure these guys are getting a little tired, so I want to make sure everybody's still awake.
All right.
Okay. Thanks
for stopping by. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Brandon
good talking to you
into
guys.
the pits. Yeah.
Take care, man. See you later.
Okay, thanks.
Brandon is in, right on schedule. Actually, I tell a lie. Is he a little early?
No, it'll flip to 290, or is he a little long?
I think he's one lap early. 266.
That's 23.
26. I would have expected him in 290. Yeah, so he's in a lap early.
Well, we'll see. He's going to get some new tires and fill it up with fuel, and he's going to go out and do it again. So I don't know if he'll get out in front. It looks like Neil is going to get coming by here right now, just past. So that's a big gap. So Neil made up some good time on that stint. Still,
Yes, he did.
2 or 3 laps to go here for Neil, and he'll have to come in as well.
I'm expecting Neil to be in lap 292.
Okay.
292, yeah.
So the end of 291.
Right. Yes. But it's interesting that Brandon ran 1 lap less They are now odd number laps that they're stopping on. So
I wonder if they're calculating that back from the end of the race. At this point, they might be able to do that with 3 hours to go.
It's possible. Yep, it's possible. Or it may be that he was just, using a little bit more fuel to try and keep those lap times. I don't know.
Well, he's picking up some gains here with the fresh tires. I don't know if Neil's the one dealing with the traffic now, maybe. Neil did just get by the 497, and we've seen that 497 cause a few headaches in the past, but Brandon just picked up about 2 seconds, according to what I'm seeing here.
Okay, interesting to see what Neil's lap time is here. His previous lap was at 44.6, so that was a quick one.
Yeah, you can't really compare laps on this one with Brandon doing a 2:34 on his outlap.
Exactly, yeah.
But it's showing in the sector times that Brandon's running through the sectors a little quicker. Oh, unless that's red. No, that's red. I'm looking at the wrong bar.
Right.
So Brandon out on the cold tires, trying to fill those gaps there. 10 seconds right now between the two drivers. Apex Racing has not yet pit. And the gap between the pit stops 10 seconds. So looks like as long as that pit strategy doesn't kick them in the backside there at the end of the race, looks like they have a pretty good handle on this at this point.
Right. I mean, the best hope that Apex have is if they can stretch far enough to make one less stop right at the end, or a shorter stop, a splash at the end. I imagine that both teams will be doing the math fairly soon.
Yeah, 145.2 to 145.5, so they're pretty stable.
Pretty stable, yeah. Well, we expect him in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, he's kind of bogged down behind some traffic going through the hairpin here. We'll see if Brandon can take advantage of that.
Let's
Brandon
hope,
only 10 seconds back at this point.
Yep.
Consistency and smooth is what they need. We'll see what the outcome is as he's trying to go around an LMP2 car here, going into 15, I should say.
Yeah, that P2 car did not make it easy for him at all.
No, they seem to not want to do that, especially that 124. No. That 124 seems to be
Joker in the pack.
Yeah, he seems to really be pushing hard against everything. You expect Neil coming in the pit lane this time by.
Here he comes, right on schedule. Be interesting to see if they swap him out or not. He has been quick, but they have stayed with their strategy, haven't they?
They have,
yeah.
And it's working for him. So.
Yep. That said, oh no, he's out. He's out. Nathan's back in again. Yes. I wonder if there's just 2 guys left in the team at this point.
No, they did. Nathan, they swapped out. They had another guy in there for a little while.
Oh, did they? Recently?
I thought so.
Okay.
But maybe he ran his laps all early and... I don't know.
Right.
And Nathan was putting down some pretty quick laps as well. But Morgan was saying he takes a few more risks. But now without as many cars on the racetrack, is that going to be a factor as much?
Probably not.
Because there's not as many cars to miss.
That's right. It does make a huge difference. A huge difference.
Well, we'll find out here as Brandon out on the racetrack, working lap 292. There's a 3-lap gap between the Apex Everything Racing Carbon team and Buckeye Endurance Green on their pit stop strategy. It's not enough to gain a whole pit stop, but 3 laps with the offset at the end of the race. If they don't have the gap, then they still need that 54, 55 second gap to be able to be a lap in front. So,
yep.
Adam coming in at the end of this stint. Of course, we just got tires and fuel, so it's going to be a little while, but Adam coming in at the end of this one for his final stint of the night, a double. And Brandon dealing with the sunset as it is now 7 p.m. on the racetrack. And if we go to the cockpit, I just missed it. You can see as we go into the hairpin and down the Almond Straight, the sun is setting, getting low in the sky.
Yes.
I wonder if that's the only thing keeping me going, is that it's daytime here at the racetrack.
Yeah, you don't notice that it's nighttime outside the real window because you're focused on the race. So, yeah.
When it gets nighty nighttime on the race, I'm gonna doze off here in the booth.
That's it.
If you don't hear from me for a little while, you better say something.
All right.
I wonder if our viewers are still out there. Still got 7 people connected.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't see any chatter. No chit chat. No chit chat out there. Oh, Jeff Wyatt's on. Jeff Wyatt is online. Jeff, welcome. We've got Brandon Duley in the car, and we have about 110 laps to go. We're getting down to this thing. The estimated number of laps has gone down from 410 to 404. The drivers, Buckeye Endurance is doing double stints. Apex Everything Racing is doing single stints. They seem to be swapping their driver every time around. The drivers are about equal. I don't see a discrepancy right now. I think that kind of fell off when Morgan got out of the car. Morgan was definitely putting out some quick laps. But that discrepancy seems to have gone away. And the drivers are pretty close. You'll see one will gain a lap and one will lose a lap. A few tenths here, a few tenths there. So it's pretty intense at this point. 44 seconds, the gap back to second place. Brandon in the car, dealing with quite a bit of traffic between turns 10 and turns 15 here. Now on the Almond Straight, you can see from the cockpit that the sun is definitely getting low. Quite a glow there on the horizon as he catches up to an LMP2 car coming into Sunset Bend.
Be interesting to see Brandon's lap time here.
he was really
48-1.
He was really hung up in traffic on that one. It was a real
Yes.
real bad lap for traffic. So.
Yes.
But I don't think Nathan really did much better. Nathan was pretty bogged down as well. I think he's going to be in the 47s or 48s himself. But we'll see. He's been staying close.
Yes.
Just got in the car, got the tires warmed up, but not quite dropping the laps yet. We know he can do it. We saw him do it when he was pushing against Morgan.
Yep. He posted a 48-1 there, so
yeah, same time.
Yeah, they both lost quite a lot of time on that last lap.
Brandon behind the 124. That 124 car is the one that no one can get by. They block the road and make it really, really difficult to pass.
Yeah. I'm just going to step away for a couple of minutes, Ron. I'll be back.
Okay. Well, we've got 3 hours and 8 minutes left. A big shout out to our sponsors here while we have a minute. Stair Fittings Incorporated, sponsoring Bigg Wizurd TV. Don't forget to stop by their website. Check out all the stuff they've got over there. That's orders.stairfittings.com. Check out their good stuff. Then we have Grandpa's Kitchen. Grandpa's Kitchen makes gluten-free flour. So if you know somebody that needs gluten-free flour or that has issues with gluten, this is the place to go. grandpaskitchen.com. Check them out. You can use the discount code out there, grandpaskitchen.com. BWTV is your discount code. That's 10% off on your orders. Every time, BWTV. At grandpaskitchen.com. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. You know, one other sponsor we've got here is the maker of our team winning race hardware. This one is JNR Craftworks. .com. I hope Jeff heard the great plug from Morgan or from Brandon when he was on the stream with us here, talking about how awesome these things are. Jeff is super creative, comes up with new trophies for us constantly in the league. He makes home decorations, trinkets, all kinds of different stuff. He makes things out of the wood. He can do laser cuts. He can do like Christmas ornaments or wall hangings, or make a really cool wooden plaque, of different things. It's great to have him out there. Jeff, thanks for being one of the sponsors of East to West Racing. Really appreciate you out there doing that for us. Putting out those trophies. I just got mine just not too long ago from the GT4 series that we were running. Not GT4. Wow, I'm getting tired. The Formula 4 series, and it's imprinted graphics on slate, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I love it. It's hanging. It's not hanging. It's up in my room upstairs in the living room. Great piece. Had some company by today and they noticed it, so good enough to get noticed. Good stuff. Thanks, Jeff. JNR Craftworks. Check them out. Check out their inventory out there at jnrcraftworks.com. Brandon's still holding his own here, dealing with all this traffic. He's coming up on another GTD as he comes around to the start-finish line. You can see that sun setting there in the background as he comes down the front stretch. 46 seconds the gap. Over the course of a stint and a half, Brandon's been in the car. Only 4 or 5 seconds lost to Apex Everything. Those guys are pushing really, really hard, and Buckeye Endurance is just running smooth, clean laps, controlling this race from the front, and just getting everything they can out of it. Brandon picks up another 7/10 gain off of that section of the racetrack. It's a cat and mouse chess game here, as some of the sectors you get caught up behind the cars, and some of the sectors you get nice clean racetrack. And Brandon dealing with that as best he can here as we are rolling on. He'll soon clip. He's 2 laps away from hitting the lap 300 mark, as we have him go down through turn 15-16 complex here, and through Le Mans corner and on to the Almond Straight one more time to finish up lap 298. These guys are troopers, being out here this long, running this race. Us, all we have to do is hang out here in the booth and talk on the computer.
That's right.
Pretty easy.
It's a lot less stressful, isn't it?
It is.
Done these endurance races, and it does put a lot of pressure on you, and you're pretty fried by the end of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Morgan was just talking about just the stress that it puts on your body, going through the corners like that over and over and over again for 2.5 hours or 2 hours, whatever that triple stint was, he did. But just your arm muscles and everything just aches when you get out of that rig.
Yep. There's also the mental stress as well. You don't sleep, and you don't want to let your teammates down. So there's that added stress that you don't have when you're driving a solo race.
Yeah, that's why I'm here in the booth, Julian.
Yeah, I tell you, after we did that Daytona 24-hour race earlier this year, I wondered at the time why I was doing it.
I had the stream going for that one, but I wasn't in the booth. Yes. I just let it roll, and I don't know that I could do 24, not by myself anyway. Probably not even with just one other person. You'd need at least 4 commentators to do a 24-hour race, I think.
I think so too. Yes.
And, you never know. Bigg Wizurd TV might be trying that sometime. They have the Majors Garage sponsors a 24-hour Le Mans in June every year. They might be able to do that again this year. It's not an iRacing official. They just kind of set it up themselves. iRacing does not have the licensing rights to host the 24 Hours Le Mans. They can do the IMSA racing, but they cannot do the WEC series due to licensing restrictions. And interesting enough, the company that owns those licensing restrictions is not doing so well. They've had a couple of flops on their software, a lot of errors, a lot of bugs, and it looks to me like that chapter may end up closing before too long and freeing up those licenses again. That would be great if they did.
That would be nice. I think the next 24-hour event is the Nürburgring in April, right?
Yes, I believe you're right. I don't think I'll be on board to be in the booth for 24 hours on that one.
On that one, right? It's just around the corner. Yeah.
Yeah. My broadcasting limitations are many.
He'll still be recovering from this race.
Probably will. Probably will.
Yeah.
Interesting to note the today, which is now Saturday, because Friday's well long gone by now. I actually have a special outing with some friends of mine, and we're taking the train down to meet them. It's a 2-hour train ride, and I'm thinking I'm going to be sleeping on the train ride. I'm like so glad I'm not driving. The train sounds great. Sounds like a wonderful idea.
I 100% agree.
So,
well, I wasn't sure if I would stay all the way through this race, but it's such a good race that I absolutely will. And worry about sleep afterwards.
Well, I appreciate that. Hanging here with you in the booth has been great for the last 9 hours.
It's gone by, hasn't it, so quickly?
Yeah, we just eclipsed the 300 lap mark and also the 3/4 race mark. So just 3 to go, 3 hours to go, and about 100 laps. So we should have 4 more pit stops? I think it is 2 more. Yeah, 2 for each. Yeah, I think it's 4 more. We've got 2. We got Brandon finishing up his stint, and then Adam for 2 stints, and then Rich for 2 stints. So we should be right there. Right there at the end. In no time. No time flat.
No time flat. At some point, we...
something's wrong. Something's up.
Oh.
The gap is growing. Apex Everything just lost 3.5 seconds. What is going on? Is it just traffic? His last lap was a 45.
Yep.
45.5, but this lap is not going to be. He's losing lots of time, and it's not stopping. He's now down another second. Now he's back to pace. Maybe it was just traffic. That was a terrible hold up there that cost him all kinds of time. The gap back to 50 seconds. Had it cut down to 44. He's lost 6 seconds on this lap. Brandon comes by with a 46 flat.
It'll be interesting to see what Nathan's lap is. Yeah.
Yeah, this is really gonna hurt.
Yes.
As Nathan comes by with a
52.8.
52. 6.8 seconds lost.
So that must be more than traffic. Must be more. I'll go back and see if I can see.
Yeah, see if he had an off anywhere. I don't see any damage on the car. But maybe he had an off track back there. As he's still losing time to Brandon, running in 45.9 last time now. For Brandon, still ticking away the really strong laps. As Brandon comes down the Almond Straight one more time. Yeah, his pace is down. This is a major ordeal here. This is race changing.
Yes.
If Brandon can get that gap up to over a minute.
He had a collision with a P2 car at turn 1.
Turn 1.
Yes, he went into the back of him.
He ran into the back of a P2.
Yes, at turn 1.
Oh, that was what Morgan was saying, is that risk factor. You know, these guys, he said that Neil was their most conservative driver, and Nathan trying to make up that time, not being patient around the other cars, may have just cost them an opportunity to regain. Look at that, a half a second. Another half second gap. We'll see what he gets. He's coming around turn 17 right now, crossing the start-finish line. And another LMP2 in front of him. 47.7, so he's down a couple seconds a lap. And if that continues throughout the rest of this stint, advantage Buckeye Endurance.
No question, yeah. It didn't look like a heavy impact. And there's no obvious damage on the car, but clearly he is hurting here.
Well, and if it does have aero damage on the front, that might be like a 2-minute optional sitting in the pit lane, you know, and lose a full lap as he's trying to get it fixed, or continue to lose the 2 seconds and don't take any of the repairs. If he's going to lose 2 seconds a lap from here on out,
yeah,
they're going to end up a lap down at the end of the race.
That's right. They have to take the repairs.
Yeah, and if they do, that demoralizes the team too, because that puts them down, you know, a lap down, and that's so hard to recover here in the iRacing, you know, Sebring 12-hour challenge.
Just watching him circulate around right now, he's coming under pressure from another GTP car, Twitchy Foot Racing. I think they're well back in the pack, but they are pressuring him, so clearly his car is not healthy.
2,700 iRating driver in that Twitchy Foot Racing orange. Probably really capable of putting down some decent laps.
Oh, I'm sure, yes.
And as Brandon gets stuck behind another another GTP car here, he's right behind the 4th place car, Armando Valdez, and hopefully not slowing him down too bad.
Well, Nathan just posted a 48.4, so
yeah, that's another 3 seconds.
Just
57
losing
seconds.
Huge, yeah.
Big gap. We'll see if this lap down car. Yeah, it looks like he's going to let off and let Brandon go. Very wise and very sportsman-like to, even though you're as fast as the leader or can go as fast to make it so Brandon can't get around you easily, lets him go, knowing that is the overall leader, and no reason being 37 laps down, or what's that guy in the 92 car? Oh, 17 laps down. My mistake. He's only 17 laps down.
Only 17.
No reason to hold up the leader at that point. But yeah, now look at the shadows now. As the sun is setting, you can see the headlights shine on the racetrack as they drive down through the straightaway here. Quite a showing now of those headlights as they go through the corner. The sun it looks like the sun is set. The sky is orange, and darkness will be coming. So Brandon at 289, 290, 24. He still has 10 laps or so to go, right?
Let's see. Brandon's due in lap 313.
Yeah, so he's still got 8 laps after this one to finish up his stint. So he's going to be starting the darkness, but it looks like Adam is going to be coming in as the darkness falls. Hopefully had plenty of practice, but the gap is growing. Another 2.9 seconds, that time with a 49 flat for Nathan with a damaged car. This is not what Apex Everything wanted to see. This definitely advantage Buckeye Endurance with just under 3 hours to go. Oh man, this drama continues.
It does, and he has 11 more laps that he has to run before his stop.
Yeah. And
they will not bring him in early, so he's going to lose, gosh, let's say probably another 30 seconds or so, just before he can get into the pits to get those repairs.
That's unfortunate for them. I mean, you want to see it go to the wire. You want to see good racing, and You know, the clean, smooth driving to this point. You know, we're in the 10th hour now. You know, we've got we're in the 9th hour. 9th hour. I'm off a little bit. It's all right. I'm getting tired.
Yeah,
we're in the 9th full hour of racing here, and you know, every little thing counts. You know, another 2 seconds that time, as Nathan comes by with a 1:47.9. Looks like he's pushing pretty hard, and you know what happens? You start losing that ground, and then you start pushing harder and harder, and then you make another mistake. You know, he's coming up on another couple of cars. He's got a GTD and an LMP car in front of him as he's going into the hairpin. Let's see if Nathan remains patient here. Yeah, he's struggling. You can tell behind the GTD car here, not able to catch the LMP2 car in front of him. He's just not able to catch him.
Yeah.
He's trying. He's trying. They're never going to give up on this. I mean, you never know what can happen. So you just got to keep pushing.
Yeah, they need luck now.
Yep. There's not going to be a full course caution to bunch him back up. So at this point, even that extra few laps on the pit stop isn't going to help him at this point.
The damage was done during Morgan's stint, really. You know, he was able to pull out nearly a minute, and that put Apex on the back foot, and they really had to start taking some risks, I think, to try to undo some of that damage, and that's why they have got into this situation.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a product of the pressure.
Yeah. That
you and I well know that Morgan can produce.
Oh my, that's right. You've been there.
Yeah. And as we stated, I mean, here we're watching Brandon rip off a 1:44.8.
Yep.
Some of his quicker laps of the night into the 44s again. The sun's down, the track's cool, 74 degrees track temp. Brandon out front, another 4 seconds with another 1:46.3 that time. And we're up to a minute 6.
Yeah.
On the gap.
I think Brandon will be a lot more comfortable now than he was a few laps ago, when he was really having to fight to keep that gap to Apex. But now, I mean, he's still setting quick laps, but he knows he doesn't have to anymore.
Right. Well, he's coming up on a battle here. This here is the leader. Oh, look at this. That is number 3, the leader. He's got a 30-second gap now. That Vermilion Motorsports Red, 30 seconds in the rears.
Yeah.
Leader of that class, trying to get around his teammate. Yeah, good luck, buddy. He's trying to get around the number 28, and he's holding him up as best he can.
Yeah. Yeah, those two guys were.
Oh, and the 3 car goes off. The 3 car goes off. That's the leader in GTD.
Oh my!
Let's see if I can find my mouse. Oh, let me see if I can get a replay on that. That did not look good. Let's see if I can find it. That was not pretty. He hit the wall hard. Coming off. Oh, he goes wide trying to get by the slower car. Bam, into the wall. That is going to be Dunzo's for the number 3. He's got massive damage on that. Oh, ho, ho.
Yes, that car is going to be stationary for a long time.
Yep, that's going to give the lead. Now, that is teamwork. Now, I wouldn't want to have it happen that way if I were in the team. But if he wasn't doing anything wrong and he was just battling out there, You know, he doesn't have to just roll over and let him by, but if that was the case, then the Vermilion Motorsports teammates just scored a possible victory, a most probable victory for the number 2 Vermilion Motorsports red team.
I'm surprised the 3 car can drive back. Actually, he took such a shot.
They're in the pit lane now. They're probably going to be there quite a while. But they did get it back under power. But that front end, they hit hard enough to bounce the car off the ground.
Yes.
So that's going to be at least 20 minutes of damage. Probably 10 required at least, and 10 more. Put the suspension back on.
Yes. Oh, they will be absolutely gutted.
Yeah.
Absolutely gutted. It's really tough to lose the lead.
Yeah, Vermilion Motorsports goes by and takes over the lead again with not a lot of time left to make up for mistakes. This is the toughest time of the race to make a mistake. You know, you make a mistake early on, you have a 30-second repair, in the first hour of the race or something, you have the entire 12-hour race to recover. When you make a mistake with 2 hours to go, your options are extremely limited.
That's right, yeah. The math becomes very difficult at that point.
Yeah. 109, our gap here is Brandon is gaining on the car here. He doesn't quite have him in his sights. I mean, he's got over a half a lap, advantage at this point, and just gaining each lap just a little bit more. Kudos to Nathan for still dropping some really quick times. He's only losing about a second a lap now. But, man, that is a huge deficit when it comes to, losing that downforce, losing that aero, and not having the speed on the straightaway. He's probably really, really upset at this point.
I think so too. I think he probably is gutted because they still had a good chance here of winning the race, and that may have gone now.
Yeah, I think depending on how long they have to sit, depending on what the damage was, if he made a bump on the car and he had a bent tie rod or a bent half shaft on the front or something. I don't know if they have half shafts on these because I don't think they're all-wheel drive, but if he did have something on the suspension that was a little bit bent, and then you go out and you drive on it, and you make one little other mistake and you tap a wall or something like that, they'll black flag the car and make you come in and fix it. And the car will wear out. A damaged car is going to wear out a lot faster than an undamaged one.
Yeah. Yes, it depends on whether he's got mechanical damage or just aero. If it's aero, the repairs will be very, very short. Just a case of replacing the bodywork, but probably it's more than that.
Well, the bodywork, I think you can swap out a nose in about the same time it takes to fuel the car and get tires.
Yes, that's right. Probably no loss of time at all if it's just aero, yeah. Brandon will be finishing his stint in 3 more laps.
Yeah, he's on lap 311. Last came in on 289.
Yeah.
And still gaining. You can see on the head-to-head 145.1. Just running some great laps. This is what we expect to see from Buckeye Endurance, is this late in the stint, really cooking off the good laps, light car, nice and smooth, and still just picking up another 2.4 seconds gained. Now a minute 13 the gap to second spot, and the board is green all the way across.
Yes.
So
it's interesting that the Apex car was losing more lap time initially after the contact than he is now. And I wonder if maybe he has adjusted to whatever problem he has with the car and is sort of partly driving around it.
Well,
I think he was running 48s, wasn't he, right after the impact?
48, even 49s, and now he's in the 47s. So
yeah.
I think, there are drivers. We've got a couple of them in our league. I know. Philip Scott's really good at that. He can actually pick up a car that has had damage and find a way to get the speed out of it, even with small amounts of damage.
Yeah.
So there's even every once in a while you'll catch a red sector where Nathan is actually able to hold even with Brandon, even with the damaged cars. Probably in the cornering sections. The long straights is where he's going to lose the most of its aero damage, which is what it looks like.
Yep.
But yeah, 143.6 is so far the fastest lap for Buckeye Endurance. Brandon, another 1.2 seconds as he drops another 145.6. But look at that, Nathan with a 146.9. He's pushing as hard as he possibly can.
Yes.
And this is lap 312. Has he got one more after this?
Yeah, I believe he has one more.
We'll see if they stay on that strategy. Last time he came in at 23. He's going to come in at 23. Yeah. He's coming in early. I wonder if they're doing that just to be super conservative and not have any errors. Or if it's what they're doing to make the last 5 or 6 stints even number of laps for each driver.
Well, let's see. Their last stop was 289. No, actually, that's 24, isn't it? Because
313.
Yeah, so
right.
that's 24. So that's a normal stint, and Brandon's out. Adam is in. And that's Brandon done for this race.
That should be.
Yeah. He will be relieved, I'll tell you.
I think
there's nothing that feels better than stepping out of the car for the final time and knowing you didn't throw it away.
You didn't muck it up.
That's right, exactly. That's right.
He's probably
so true.
He's probably gonna do a debrief with his team, and then maybe he'll pop up in the booth and say hi to us. As the darkness starts to fall, the sun is setting. Brandon did have to deal with the sunset, but not the darkness. Now, as we look at the cockpit view here, as we see Adam out on the racetrack, you can see that the sky is getting quite pink. The sun is down, and I'd say we're going to be in the darkness in the next probably 15 to 20 minutes.
That's right. I think Adam will be happy that he has a little bit of light left before the dark really descends, so that he can adjust, gradually, rather than jumping in cold straight into a dark, session.
Well, Rich is going to have to deal with that when he gets to it. He
will. That's right.
What's amazing here, that if you look at the gap now that Adam is on the racetrack, he's still gaining time per sector. The gap is now 19 seconds, and Apex has not yet pit.
And we expect them in lap 316, or the end of 315, as it clicks over to 316.
So they're Adam on cold tires has to get used to the car, give him a lap or two to get it under control. But he is still pulling away, mostly green. Nathan, 148 flat last time through. And Adam this time with the 153.2. That is with the outlap.
With the outlap and the cold tires, yes.
And the cold tires, so... We'll see. Nathan should be coming by fairly soon. He's got an 18, almost 19 second difference here. He's going to try. I'm sure he's trying to push as hard as he can to save anything at this point.
Yes, absolutely.
148.0 last time around for Nathan. But the gap 19 seconds and still sliding the wrong direction for Apex Everything Racing Carbon.
Yes. Be interesting to see what his lap is here, as he, at the end of this lap, I think his last was a 47.2. I'm seeing
of Nathan.
Yeah.
Maybe it didn't count. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't register because mine's showing a 48.0, and I thought it was 48.0 before he crossed the line. So maybe he had a 1x somewhere on the race,
yes.
which is another challenge, right? I mean, that's a second danger. You keep pushing the 1x's, and then you push over that 50 mark, and then you have to come in for a stop and hold, or a drive-through, or some other penalty that iRacing has established. And
yeah,
that doesn't help you any either.
No, it doesn't, and 50 is relatively generous.
It is.
You have to have a pretty crappy race to get up to 50.
Well,
but it does happen, and then I think you only get 20 you get another drive-through every 20 after that or something. So it's not like you get another 50.
Right.
You only get another 20. Yeah.
We've seen plenty of cars have a pretty crappy race.
We have. That's right.
Third place, the guy that Fast Forward Esports has managed to get by in the 88 car. That's for a podium spot. 14 laps off the pace.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, and here comes Morgan. Here comes Adam with a 146.2 already. Nathan's still clicking off the low times. He's got low fuel now. He's going to be coming in soon, but he's got a 146.8, so he is battling back.
Yes.
Trying to stay close here, as he knows with the 20-second gap plus the pit stop is going to be minute and 15 seconds, and that is plus any time they may stay and get the repairs done.
Yeah.
Adam should be able to run nice and smooth and clean, get in a good rhythm, get his double stint through, and just do the best he can.
Yeah, I think Apex won't know at this point what their repair time is going to be, but it had better be very, very trivial, or they have no hope.
Yeah.
So they will be hoping that they just get really just a very short
stop would be the preference. But if they do the short stop, if they come out and they don't lose any extra time on that pit stop exchange, then I'm going to guess that they're going to stop. They're going to not do the repair.
Well, I was wondering that. It's really, here he comes. It's really not looking good either way, is it? Because not doing the repair, of course, means they really can't attack. Yes.
Pit lane.
Yes. We're wondering how long these repairs will be.
We have to think it's just optionals.
Right, but if they're losing 2 seconds a second to 2 seconds a lap,
they're going to have to take it, but then can they make back up whatever that is? Because even if it's minimal, I'm thinking a minute or so of repair optionals, but...
Right.
I
even
wasn't sure
45
what happened.
seconds.
It took about 10 minutes for the guys to figure out. Because I looked up and I'm like, my gap was 45, now it's saying 52. What happened to them?
Yeah, we caught it pretty quick and found the replay and watched the incident. He did not stay.
He was stationary for 35 seconds.
He did not stay and get any repairs done.
Well, unless he just had aero damage, in which case the repairs may have been, swallowed up by the refueling time.
Well, we'll have to watch right now.
It usually doesn't trickle down as fast for those optionals while you're doing a normal pit service.
Okay.
So I would have thought anything would have kind of put them over bottom of the time limit we've normally seen for pit stops, which they were at 55 seconds. So they took nothing in full fuel.
Yeah, yep. And you guys are running, it looked like you guys are running, you switched from a 24-lap strategy to a 23-lap strategy.
That wasn't intentional, so a little less traffic to deal with. So that was my mistake, not fuel saving enough. So I got short one. I made it up the second one. I did 24 on my second stint.
Yeah, we saw that. Is that going to change anything at the end, or is there enough?
I don't think so. So before Rich went to get some rest, he had done some calculations at that time before the slower lap times of P2. Both of us were going to have, at that point, we're going to have 7 stops. One of us, we would have just had to take about a half a tank of fuel, where they would have been like a splash and go.
Yep.
So don't think it really changes.
Well, with this, if they do have aero damage, which now it looks like Neil is holding on pretty close on the sector times. He's losing a little bit, but nowhere near as much as you would expect with aero damage. If that's the case, then maybe if they are going slower with aero damage, maybe they're using less fuel. But they didn't go any longer. They went 24 on the last stint.
Yeah, the last few they've actually been shortening theirs up from 25 down to 24. So
yeah, and 8 seconds lost on the pit exchange on that round through. So I don't remember what. I think it was 5. It was only 5 something that Adam lost on his pit cycle. So.
yeah, it sounds about right. I think it was about a minute and 10 or 11, I think, when I came into the pits gap. It's now 119 is what it's showing.
Well, Neil's really pushing hard at this point. I think he's going to try. He's going to try to close that gap. If they can do something with that final pit stop and make it a short stop, maybe they're banking on that. There's only if they need to do one less stop, it's still a 20-second gap.
Yeah.
If they have to do the last stop and do a splash and go, then they've got. I mean, it takes 20 seconds just to roll down the pit lane. So
right.
Even if they're in the box for 10 seconds or less, it's still a 40-second differential. So, I mean, what's crazy is we're sitting here with 2.5 hours to go on a 12-hour race, talking about 40 seconds.
Yep.
So Neil's last lap was a 48.5.
Yeah.
Which that's about what they were doing when I was in there with the last stint. They were running mid 48s, I think, from what I was paying attention. I wasn't getting fed it too much, but
Nathan got it up into the 47s even after the damage. But if he didn't do any repair and there is actually damage on the car, then I don't see how they're not going to just continue to lose, even if it's a half a second a lap. It's just not going to benefit them.
Yeah.
But if it was a 2 to 3 minute repair, which it could have easily been, 2 minutes is nothing, but 2 minutes is a lap here, and that puts you in the hole to the point where it's not, you can't recover.
Now you don't recover. Exactly.
So they're banking on, a good fortune for them.
Yep.
And right now, all the cards are in the Buckeye Endurance Green Team's hands. Adam out there on the track, all he's got to do is run smooth, run clean. Don't push, just run it smooth.
Yep.
And, the other guys have their deficit to make up, and they're on the back foot, like Julian was saying. They're the ones back and have to make it up, and if they can't do it, then it's race win Buckeye if nothing else happens.
Yeah, it keeps putting them in the position where they got to push with a potentially somewhat damaged car, so the risk of more damage is keeps increasing as we get further and further into this.
Yeah. What a great show.
They may well have decided at this point that it's not going to happen to close the gap unless something happens to
something
P1.
catastrophic to where we need repairs.
That's right. So I think if I was the Apex, I would just bang out the 148s to the end of this race and hope that they get lucky. You know.
Yeah. Here's this guy Nick Wood. He hasn't been around much, but he's in 6th place, 37 laps down. He's pressuring Adam.
Yeah. I got a little bit of that as well.
Yeah, we saw that from his team.
From a few people. Doesn't make much sense since it's like, are people just not even looking at the relative, understanding where they're at in relationship to the others? It's who knows.
You're not
hard to tell what's going through everyone's mind in the moment.
Yeah. The closest race on the racetrack right now is LMP2. 11 seconds. We're over 9.5 hours into this thing, and only 11 seconds separating.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Plus, I think they still have the most cars running at this point.
Yeah, they've only had. Well, last we checked, they only had 2 dropping out.
Nice.
I think Adam should just let this guy go. If he wants to run fast laps, let him go.
Well, I think the problem is Adam's getting held up by the LMP2 in front and not wanting to force something through, and the guy, again, is P2 trying to make up time in the LMP2s, but here he finally goes on the inside of turn 17. But yeah, I think once now he gets some clear track, he's gonna pull away from Nick a little bit.
He has plenty of clear track now. He's got quite a gap to the 38 car, another LMP2 car. But yeah, this guy in the other GTP car really pressuring and for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, all it takes is him missing one braking point to destroy P1's race here.
That's it.
That's nerve-wracking when they're sitting there. But at the same, I mean, I don't even know. They're 37 laps down, so they also want to sit there and pressure the leader to make them force them into a mistake or something like that. So
yeah, but the other guy's only a minute behind. It's not like he's going to gain anything.
Yeah,
he's 8 laps behind the guy in front of him.
Yeah. I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm just saying I know what they're thinking.
Well, Adam's out there running the good laps. 47.7 last time in traffic. He's gaining at least another 2 seconds on second place this lap. Now the gap at 125. He's green across the board every sector. He's gaining time. Coming down through Sunset Corner now. Sunset Bend. Onto the front straight. And there he goes. He's just going to let him go.
It's a smart move.
Yes.
There is no reason at this point for us to be pushing beyond anyone's limits to try to increase the gap at this point.
Well, increase the gap against the 6th place car that's 37 laps down.
I mean, even just against P2, we can.
Minute and a half now. Minute 26 seconds is the gap to P2.
Yes, he'll be
they're just coming into turn 10 into Cunningham.
As Adam exits,
we're only a few turns. He just came out of the hairpin.
Yeah. Yep. That's. I'm sure. You know, we were talking about it a little bit ago. You know, when Morgan ran his stint and pulled out 55-second gap. You know, that's about as demoralizing as you can get when you've got, you know, one guy out there running triple stint and dropping, 20 seconds a stint on you.
And then there you go, P6 just crashed right in front of us.
That's it.
Jeez.
Classic.
Oh, there he is back there. He's back in the tower, off tower corner. Yeah, that's so dangerous because,
Yeah, at any moment he could have done that right around us and put us in a bind.
He's trying to keep going. He's got it rolling again.
Yeah, I think maybe the only thing more demoralizing than getting a minute walked out on in a matter of an hour and a half is to then be lapped.
Yeah.
I think that might be the only thing that trumps what Morgan did.
That could happen in about 10 more laps too, right?
At this rate, we could potentially see that.
Well, and that was their decision to stay out and not repair the car. They were running the 145s, they were running the 146s, and they had the pace to stay with you during your stint until that incident. That guy was creeping. It took forever, but he was creeping up on you, and he was gaining, a 10th here, 10th there, and I was watching it trickle. Started at like 53 seconds when you got in the car, and it went down to about 44 before you went off.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it was swapped back and forth a few laps. They were slowly gaining, but at that point I wasn't going to try to push beyond what I felt comfortable doing and running consistent. So.
Yeah, now at this point,
let it happen and let them keep trying to push to catch up.
At this point, Adam can be very conservative, and he's still getting a second to 2 seconds a lap on him.
Yeah.
So it's just going the wrong way for Apex and the right way for Buckeye Endurance. So.
And there's a fine line there between being too conservative and then pushing too hard or just running your normal laps. So you kind of fall off the pace too much, and then things aren't happening at the times you've been practicing, and you put 500 or 600 laps of practice in at pace. You try to back off of that, and now things are happening slower, and you miss a braking point, you miss a turn. It just because things aren't happening as quickly, so you kind of make a mistake. So, and now we're getting to that point of the night. Now it's 4:30 a.m. here Eastern time. A couple hours to go. Everybody's getting tired, especially those that have been running long stints all night. And just in the past few laps, I've seen cars laying out all over the place.
Yeah,
people
and that
just losing concentration.
And that really, unless it collects the leader, is good for the leader, simply because it's fewer cars to have to deal with. Now, if they're out there being stupid and they collect the leader, then obviously that degradation of abilities, being tired or whatever it's from, obviously doesn't help.
Right. Yep.
So, and here's Cobalt Racing. These guys haven't been too bad tonight in the 19 car. Going through turns 15. This is a good place to pass. I think the hybrid really does kick in well on the straightaways. But that's a good gap to make up. We'll see if he can get him down into turn 17 here. There he goes.
Yeah, with the draft, and I don't know if Adam's doing it. He hadn't really practiced it before and wasn't feeling too comfortable maybe trying to do something in the moment. The last few Morgan stint and then my stints, we were actually changing deployment modes twice a lap in a couple key areas. So one to kind of build it back up, so you're actually getting more deployment than down the back straight, down the almond straight, than compared to leaving it in a balanced mode and kind of it not contributing much down that straightaway. So we kind of found a
little better way, a little better mousetrap.
A little trick. So right before, where he's coming up now, into Cunningham, we were flipping it to build here, and then leaving it in build until right before Lamar corner, and then it puts it back into balance and put it back into balance. Then you get a better deployment, a longer deployment down the straightaway.
Huh. Well, there you go.
Just because in balance mode it wants to be around the 50% mark, so it wants to keep building and not deploying when it gets below 50%. So we put it in build through those corners where we're kind of on and off the brakes, and probably not getting into deployment too much, and then conserving it to where we can deploy it, down the straightaway.
Well, that's that's experience is what does that. You guys have put in the laps, you've put in the time. You ran the 24 at Daytona and learned the car, and now, I know you guys practice, end on end, with these, just hour after hour with these cars, trying to get the balance right on the car, the strategy. It's not just a let's show up and run.
Yep. It's since the week after Daytona, we've been working the setup for here. Setups. It was probably 8 to 10 revisions of a setup before we finally decided about a week and a half prior that this is the setup we're running. So everybody now get comfortable in this one. Huge effort in that from Rich and Kyle. A lot of back and forth between the two of them, and kind of came up with a combination of the two of them coming up with stuff that finally kind of worked and made sense in all temperature ranges and kind of things like that, and track states and stuff like that. So
dark track.
Whether it's cold or super hot, this setup that we were running was pretty much consistent to where we could run decent lap times, and no matter what the conditions were doing to us. So huge effort on their part, and a lot of testing. And I know I personally, prior to today, I think I had about 715 laps.
How's that for commitment, Julian?
That's a 24-hour race around here.
Yep.
That many laps and more, yeah. Well, probably a little close to it anyway, yeah.
That's some commitment, and that's what at the end of it, we'll see how well that pays off. I mean, at least at this point, you want to get the best finish possible. The track still has probably 11 or 12 LMP2 cars out there. They're coming in and out of the pits regularly, and they're staying out there. The GTP field is probably down to about 6 now that the 76 is in the pits. He's gone down a few more laps with his adventures, so there's really 5 cars left in the class. But that LMP2 class is still filling up the screen. I'm looking at the map, and it's no longer bouncing between who's on the track and who's not, because there's only 25 cars out there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, for reference, for Daytona, for the 24, I put in 1,089 laps to make sure the 156 I actually ran in the event went correctly.
Yeah, it's a 10 times. Nearly. I mean, 9+ times.
Yeah. That's
maybe,
a lot of laps.
It's a lot of laps.
A lot of laps.
It really is.
That's out to about, total combined with the ones in that's estimated about 33 and a half hours.
Yeah.
To run your 6-hour stint.
Yep. To run my 156 laps, I spent 33 hours running laps.
Well, and it's I doubt we have anybody listening or watching at this point that hasn't raced in iRacing, but it's that commitment, and that drive that makes us a little bit better. I've been, we've been racing together for a couple of years now, I would say. With Julian, you, myself, everybody out here on the track, in the green team, in the blue team, and a bunch of other drivers. When one of us goes and says, okay, I'm going to push really hard to learn this car this season, which is what I tried to do last year with the Formula 4s. And I know you do it too. I know, because I've seen, you go out there and you'll put in a couple hours of racing laps. But I was doing, probably 3-4 hours a week trying to get that IRO 4 car to turn and to brake and to, be able to keep the momentum and everything else. And on some of those races, not all of them, but on some of the races, I could stay real close. Whether it was just for a short time or, I could hold long time. But, that's what it took. It wasn't just, hey, let's show up. We've got 30 minutes of practice. Should be plenty.
Now, to be fair to those that can do it, Morgan.
Yeah, there is that.
There's the freaks, and he can show up. He can run, 20 or 30 laps in the normal practice session of the race, league session that night, and be good. But for me to be anywhere on par and on pace to even have a shot at a top 5, it's okay. I'm, after Sunday night in a GT3 race, then it's Monday. Not much. Monday's usually a video day where I'm compiling that, but then it's a Tuesday, Wednesday prep for Thursdays if I can make that Thursday race, and then after that it's a Friday, Saturday prep for GT3, and then throw on when we do these endurance events, then it's usually a Tuesday or Wednesday evening as well, an hour or two each of those nights for a month straight of Tuesdays and Wednesday nights putting laps in the LMDH car. So it's like anything. You can be as good as you want, and you can put as much time and effort into it as you want, and if you do, then you should see the results out the other end.
It pays off for sure. Yeah. Well, in the Red Bull Ring race at in Formula 4 just last week, actually it was a day before we started this race.
Yep.
It was yesterday and a half. I started out and I got in the car and I couldn't get any speed. I was in the 134s, the 133s, and I was racing against the AIs and they were in the 31s. I'm like, what in the world is going on? How are these guys so much faster? And with that, I just started doing the laps, and I do them with the AIs. I drop the AIs in and I do practice with them for a while, and then I'll do a race. I'll do a little quick 10-lap race just to get my fuel numbers right, to make sure, to make sure I know what I'm supposed to be doing. If I have somebody to push against, then I seem to do a little better. So I'll push and try. And by the end of the time I practiced for 2 or 3 days, and by the end of the time I was up into the 31s. I'm like, all right, maybe I got this. Maybe I got it figured out. But it was definitely a challenge. Definitely a lot of work to get to that point.
There's a lot of equipment that can aid and help, and software that can help and aid. Overlays and telemetry, and if you can figure that out and read it correctly and have somebody else to compare it to that's running faster to see where you're losing out and things like that. But at the end of the day, you can see a guy with a $300 setup and a laptop screen, destroy you if they've just put in the seat time. So can't stress it enough that it's just seat time is the key.
Do you see what I see?
Adam is just about to lap.
Yep.
The Apex team,
Should happen right here on the front straight, I would think.
They're gonna split this. They're probably gonna split this GT3 car. Oh, no, he just backed out and let him go. Yeah, I think they're at the point now where they figured, you know what? There's no way with the damaged car we're going to be able to keep up.
Unless now they try to do something.
Something stupid? Well, I would hope not. I would hope
I don't think
sportsmanship and, especially somebody that's raced this long, you're 10 hours in.
Yep.
But, I mean, it's possible. It is possible. It's not like it can't happen. Just ruin somebody else's because
I think they got a little upset. I think one of them private messaged Rich earlier on when Morgan was in his triple stint time frame and had a bit of an avoidance. Wasn't wanting to pass them.
Yeah, I saw that.
But I think that was into turn 1, I believe, if I remember right.
It was in between 1 and 3. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't planning to pass him, but kind of he broke a little early and Morgan wasn't prepped for it, so it's like more of an avoidance move, so it's like could have hurt both of us right there.
Yeah.
Had he not done it, but they kind of got upset with the late move. I'm like, we didn't want to make the move, but it was make the move or potentially hit you. Or
run into the back of you,
Yeah.
I think it was Rich right after he got started on his stint, because I think Morgan was in the booth with us when they were doing it. And, he mentioned that he saw that message, and I'm like, well, because we did a rewind on it and took a look at it, and it was definitely, they just missed it. They just missed it completely. They hit the brakes too early, and Rich had to just super avoidance and luckily not spun the car.
Yeah, that's get into a tricky. You touch the grass through there, or you just pull the wheel too much and snap it, and it won't do anything. It'll just slide straight if you turn it too hard too quick. So yeah, it was good avoidance, and hopefully Rich maybe messaged them back explaining.
So did you see the message? I think you did. The message about Motorsport TV?
I did see that.
Yeah, Motorsport Games. It's interesting. Most people don't realize that don't live in our little world here of simulator racing that we love racing the 12 Hours of Sebring or the 24 Hours of Daytona or the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That's the Triple Crown, right? I mean, that's the big deal. Those are the 3 races. And having someone take away the rights for us to race in what's called an IndyCar or the 24-hour Le Mans because we can't use the name. We still race it. It's not like they can stop us racing it. We just can't call it that. And iRacing can't host it. So now there's the majors, another company is out there making that race happen. And
right.
But to us, that's a big deal. That's like we really want to have the fun in the officials with the groups. We don't want it to be a hosted race. We want it to be an official race. We want to win that trophy and be top split, top of the pile. That's what we want. And it's just unfortunate that the deals were made and incorrectly. And I think as Morgan posted that a while ago, it was actually quite a long time ago. Everybody's like, yay, Motorsport Games is going to go out of business and we'll get our licenses back.
Yeah.
I remember racing. My first endurance race was the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I was in a GT3 car, my very first time out there. I was scared. I had no idea what to expect. I had a blast. I did terrible, but I had a blast. We finished, I think, 17th, which, as you know, 17th means you were the last guy that didn't quit.
Right. Hey, but there's something to be said about that.
Yeah. But, we just had a lot of fun, and it was, hey, I raced the 24-hour Le Mans. I raced at Le Mans.
Yep.
and finished the race. And in my split, which was, hey, I'm not going to tell you it was the bottom split. It may have been. I don't know. I didn't even know how to look back then.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I did it. I finished it, and where everything else is what it is.
Yep. Well, we are here at the 2 hour to go mark. 10 hours down, 2 hours to go. Buckeye Endurance with the lead by 1 lap over Apex Everything Race Carbon. And the next car back, 22 laps down in P3 Fast Forward Esports. They have been battling through the field and have caught up to P3. They were down behind MRT Wolf. MRT Wolf was the car that was up front near the beginning of the race, battling away with Morgan as they started the race, and had an off early and have never been able to regain that time. Continue to drop back in the order. 24 laps down at this point with 2 hours to go. Adam Novotny in the car right now, pulling away a couple seconds per lap from the second place car. We believe they have some damage on P2's car. The LMDH or GTP battle looks like it's pretty much wrapped up here, but
for the moment,
it's not over until they cross the line at the end of the full 12 hours. Anything happens at this point, and a P5 would be difficult because 29 laps goes by pretty quick when they're 2 minutes a lap. So it can happen if you're sitting in the pits too long. You can lose everything. So still have to run the clean laps. Adam's doing a great job holding it on. He should be coming up on a pit stop. 3:13 to 3:35 should be coming up real soon, maybe next lap.
Couple laps.
3:37, I think. Yeah.
3:37. Okay, so a couple laps to go as he goes around one of the Audis. LMP2 still fairly close. 3 cars still on the lead lap. But Old Firm Racing 3, depending on pit stop strategies, currently with a 41-second lead, and pit stops for those guys are about a minute. So SDS Racing is a minute and 17 behind the leader. So that one's still contested. That one's still, we still don't know who's got that one won. And with an incident we saw a little while ago, I think right before you came in, Brandon, there was an incident with the number 2 car in the Vermilion Motorsports Red had their teammate in the 28 car, Vermilion Motorsports Black, blocking the leader in the number 3 car at the time, and the number 3 car went off and hard into the wall, ending their night and giving the large gap to the number 2 car, Vermilion Motorsports Red. Flying Penguin Racing has been right there with the Audi for most of the night, just 30 seconds back at this point, trying to gain. 2 hours to go, 30 seconds seems like an eternity when you can only pick up a few tenths a lap.
Yeah, but that's just it's kind of funny. The LMP2 and the GTD field is very comparable in their gaps at the moment, from first to third. So
yeah, 3 cars on the lead lap.
Coming down a little bit on GT3 now. It's looks like it's coming down some. So 13 seconds.
The number 2 car could be. Yep.
The number 1 car is in the number 2 car is in the pits. P1.
Yep.
And
there goes the Audi in the 86 car. They are now in the lead of this race now with 2 hours to go. These guys can run almost a full hour on their stints, right? With full fuel.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe they're at 100% fuel capacity.
So they should be able to go on one more stop. We'll see where Flying Penguin ends up. Is that battle still also in the works? Looks like now that Vermilion Red went into the pit lane. Vermilion Black goes by and gets their lap back, and that puts them with 4 cars on the lead lap with just an hour and 55 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's pretty much full fuel capacity. It looks like some of the GT3 cars were BOP'd with a little bit, but the Ferrari got minus 1% of fuel, and the Merc has got minus 2%, and the Porsche minus 1%. So everybody's within the fairly close to the 100%.
As we now watch the leader, Buckeye Endurance Green, Adam Novotny, come in for his fuel stop. Fuel and tires only, no driver change at this time, as we're going to go another 24 laps. And that is Apex Everything coming in right behind on the same lap. That's a little different. They have been, their pit strategy's been a little different. So
that looks like this is updated. If my stuff is updated correctly, they only did 19 laps that stint. If that was them.
Yeah, that is them, and I believe that's correct. Let's see if they stick it out in the pit lane, or if they take off. Are they going to try to get that damage fixed now, thinking we might as well drive a car that isn't broken because we're a lap down anyway? That, you know, the morale has to just keep dropping lower and lower. You get the damage, you get the 55-second gap, then you get a lap down. It's just gotta hurt. They're just out there hoping for something to happen, and yeah, I think it looks like they're taking that repair.
Yeah, it does look like that. Minute and a half now, sitting stationary in the pits.
Yeah. Unfortunate that they had the contact. But I think that's the compounding factor. You get behind by the 55 seconds, and you have to push, and push you do, and then something happens, and then you're back even farther. So,
hi, Rich Hibbs.
Hey, what's
Morning,
going
fellas.
on?
Hey,
You get the wake-up call?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, we were. I guess we can talk about all this here on air. We were looking at the schedule, and Morgan and I running triples then would have put you at like barely running a stint the way we were kind of mapping it out. So to get you some more drive time. Adam just now started his second stint, so he'll be up after that.
Okay, I jumped in the team chat just to figure out what was going on, and then came here to make it so you can stop sweating.
I saw your message. I was all good. I saw your message.
Yeah, I had the stream running in the background while I was sleeping, and I woke up to your voice, and I'm like, why do I hear him already? I should probably check my phone. We're in a good spot on the track, but I hear him. Okay, I'll stir a little bit.
Yeah, P2's had quite a bit of repairs. They've now been stationary over 3 minutes, so they're now down 2 laps.
Okay.
Yeah, this is race clean, get to the end, and
the LMP2 leader got taken out a couple laps ago.
Oh, that old fart racing?
Flying Fart.
Flying Fart, yeah.
That was, you know them, correct? Or know one of them?
The one that was in the car, yeah.
What happened to those guys?
A GT3 lost it going just after the kink into, 15 or whatever? And just absolutely T-boned them, and it was a big crash. Almost faulted the concrete barrier on the outside of the track.
Yeah, did you see the leader in GTD get taken out by the current leader's teammate?
No.
Yeah, they were being passed by a faster car, and the number 28 was holding him up, and they were going around. I think they were going around maybe a lap car in the GTD class, but the number 3 car went wide trying to go around him. He tried to get around the 28, but he couldn't. 28 was still fast enough, but he wouldn't let him go by, trying to make it difficult for him. And when they went around the lap car, he went off the edge of the track straight into the wall, hard enough to pick the car up off the ground. So that was it. I haven't seen the 3 car since. Little teamwork for the win on that one.
E2's rolling again, so they're 330 seconds back from us then.
Yep.
2.5 laps. They should be able to put in some good lap times now that they've got the car fixed. They were doing really good when Brandon was in the car. They were actually holding really close and gaining slightly, a couple tenths a lap, and closing the gap that Morgan had created. Morgan jumped out of the car. I think it was 53 or 55 seconds. It was pretty intense. And those guys were trying real hard to hang with him, and then they pushed a little too hard trying to keep up with Brandon and bumped into an LMP2.
Yeah. Just as I was heading off for sleep, we gave Morgan the green light to push.
Yeah.
And as I finally started falling asleep, I saw that we had a 30-second lead. So
yeah, it was pretty cool. That was fun to watch. It was fun to watch. You guys all have been running just incredible lap times, and even with full fuel. Here's Adam running 146s with low one. Here's a 145.8, and he just filled up. So he's really doing the great laps and doing what you guys need to do. Looking good so far.
Man, I just went back and saw Andrews where he got hit. That's tough.
Yeah, there's nothing you could do about it.
No, absolutely not.
Wouldn't have even seen it coming. Just bang, ow.
Well, Julian, I'm going to run upstairs for a second, and I'll be back in a few.
All right.
I've got to stretch a little and probably...
Just lost it again. It looks like turn 1. Heavily damaged car here, but...
Who are you watching?
It's the Flying Farts. They were taken out. Correct. Number 17.
Yeah.
Lap 318. They were... GT3 spun in front of them, like Rich was saying, and just T-boned them and sent them over the wall and straight to pit lane.
Oh, that sucks.
And now they're back out. Props to them to continue going, but the car is very much battered. They lost it again coming to turn 1.
See if I can find it here.
About midway through lap 318 for him.
At this point, it might be already done. He's off track. Oh yeah, he's already got damage there. It's not easy to find incidents on replay, trying to rewind while you're trying to be live. Oh, did he tow back to the pits?
He didn't have a choice. It threw him over the wall into an instant tow. That's 318, lap 318, right before the S's. No, right before Tower. No.
I'm trying to get
right before the S's.
I'm going to run out of my replay video is going to run out. Gonna have to hit it again.
Yeah, turns lap 318, turns 14, 15.
Yeah, it might be too far back. We're waiting for the tow. And Oh, I can see the damage on the car. Oh. Can't get it to go fast enough backwards. Okay, here we go. Here we go. From the lead. Oh, that dropped him down to 11th place. That is so hard.
Potential overall podium to.
Oh, that's terrible. Let's look at a different angle. Oh, man. So the GTD car just goes off, catches the grass. Oh. Day done. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. Let me see if I can get back to live. I wish there was a button that just took you back to live.
It is. Hit the double right. Fast forward next to the wrench.
Oh, no, I can't do that. I'm not on the... I'm in an app.
Oh.
I can't do that. So. But we'll get there. We could watch Adam go around and fast forward.
Oh, that's what I was already doing.
Good point. Takes a couple minutes to get back that far. 16 times speed, and I'm still not caught up to live yet.
LMP2 field looks like it's been staying pretty healthy.
Yeah, they're the only ones. Yeah.
We have a theory on that. It's because they're hitting everybody else.
Alright, back to live. Back to live up front here with Buckeye Endurance Green, Adam Novotny in the car. We are at 1 hour and 42 minutes left in this contest. Lap 343 as Adam goes through the hairpin on his second stint. How far is he going? I told you I was going to leave, Julian. I didn't leave.
That's right.
He did 24 laps the last time. He's currently on lap 6 right now. Looks like he's already at the fuel number, I think, to get another 24 lap stint.
Nice, nice. All right, well, I'll be back in just a second. We'll watch Adam go around. We'll flip over to TV mixed, so the camera angles won't be as boring. And hopefully he can keep it clean as he tries to get around all these LMP2s that are racing like there's no tomorrow. No matter what position they're in, especially a couple of them like this guy. Be right back.
They're racing like it's no tomorrow, but it is tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's been tomorrow for a while now.
Flown by for me. This race has been epic all the way.
That's good.
Yeah.
So every time I kind of came by or popped into the stream, it's like you guys have always kind of both been there for the most part and talking and
Yeah.
having something to talk about, something's usually going on. But yeah.
Right, I was thinking probably I wouldn't be able to last the full 12 hours, but no problem at all. So, Rich, you have to get into the car in darkness.
Yes.
A little bit trickier than having the light fade gradually as you're out on the track, which I always find helps. But getting in cold in the dark, a little bit harder.
I don't mind getting in. I don't like the transitions. My computer doesn't like the transitions as well.
The FPS suffers.
Yeah, and I get weird artifacts appearing and stuff like that, so it's just safer if I get in one straight condition.
Gotcha.
But that did remind me that sun will be coming up in my local area as I'm doing my stint, and I don't want to see that. Out of the corner of my eye, so
Right.
Close the blinds and...
Yeah. Or get in VR, the other way to do it. I always find if I do a 24-hour race in VR, you completely lose track of what's going on in the real world. Pull off the VR headset and it's real surprise, my goodness me. I had no idea the sun had come up.
Yeah. That's strange. Why is it so bright in here?
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm not in VR, so I just run triples, but I'm in the bottom corner of my basement that only has one window, but I have a total blackout covering over that little small window.
Yep.
So I see nothing. So it's, I get the same feeling when then I walk upstairs. I'm like, now it's nighttime in the sim and it's dark in the basement. And then I walk upstairs and if it were to be light out, I'm like, that's strange.
Yeah, because you get so totally immersed
Yeah.
in the sim world.
The Sebring's not too bad. You can see them a little bit on the stream probably, but a lot of the circuit itself is actually lined with reflectors.
Yep.
So white and yellow reflectors depending on if it's a corner or kind of a straightaway type of thing. So that helps since there's not a ton of lighting. I heard you guys talking about that earlier.
I actually find since they did the redo of Sebring, it's been easier on my side to see everything. The previous version, it was hard to pick out things even with the cat's eyes on the track.
Yep. So Julian announcing all of it. I don't know if you've done much of that in the past. Have you liked it? Watching and trying to dissect what's happening and what's going through people's heads.
It's been fun, actually. It has. I've never done it before, and it's more difficult than it looks.
Oh yeah, I mean,
no doubt. Yeah.
Trying to constantly fill kind of void airspace other than car noises running around or something like that. So trying to come up with things to talk to and about. Yeah, it's man, I should have had a ton more prep to discuss and a ton more internet tabs open with facts and things to know and
that's right, 100%. It's a lot easier when Ron's in here versus when he's not. Of course, you can
bounce a conversation
each other.
And have the back and forth. Makes it much easier.
Yeah, that's it.
Than trying to just come up with stuff random off the top of your head. Now we're whatever it is, 10.5 hours in, and okay, I've talked about that already. I'm not going to say anything, and I already talked about that too. I'm going to just and then it's 3 minutes of dead air, and it's like, well, I don't know what to talk about, guys. Anybody got any questions? Or
I think it's better to have 3 minutes of dead air than say something silly
than just rambling about nothing.
Yeah. So I have had some dead air times for sure, but I've enjoyed it. It's like, which would I rather do, be up in the booth or down in the car? And I don't know, it's for this race up in the booth, because this looks like a really tough race. I'm I'm glad I didn't, have a crack at this race, but I think maybe if it was Nürburgring or Le Mans, I'd probably rather be in the car.
Gotcha.
Those two races are a little bit less intense than this one.
It was a tough car and track combination.
Yeah.
For me.
Right.
Like, obviously I had plenty of laps in the car with Daytona stuff, a couple months ago, but this is a whole different animal to what Daytona was.
Yeah.
And when we first started testing and trying to come up with setups that's going to work, and I kept having this, didn't make it public, until a little later, but I'm just like, if this continues this way, it's like, I don't know if I want to run with this car. I can't get comfortable. I'm spinning, it's snapping around kind of at all different random places, and but then as the setup got developed and became what it now is, those things got better. Drivability got a ton better.
Yeah,
and just
as we did those first couple of iterations of setup, it was difficult. We went a complete different direction than we are now, and it didn't like curbs, it didn't like certain bumps. It would just randomly get kicked by certain things, and it was like, okay, if that's normal, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
It was trying to figure out how to get rid of that normal. Took a bit of work.
Yeah, but once we got those things dialed out, and brakes because the brakes on this is kind of probably the most complicated, trickiest part of it. Yeah, I think most would agree. So there's, in the setup, you've got master cylinders and brake pad sizes, and then your own normal brake bias controls, and you change one, you need to change others, and then you need to change the other stuff to match what you just changed the other two things to get them to all line up. And it was the matter of finding that sweet spot to where now it's like, okay, I can step on the brakes and the back end's not going to instantly come around the front side of me here.
And it depends on the fuel load, and it took me hours to just try to figure out what the brakes were. We had a couple setups there where I changed brake pads, and it was like, okay, well, it's not snappy anymore, but it doesn't stop.
Yeah. But brake bias gets a little weird, because most cars, you kind of, as fuel burns off, you want to move it to the front some more. This one, it seems to be kind of the opposite, at least from what I've seen, and a few of the others of us have kind of noticed that as fuel burns off here, you want to flip it backwards, like put more towards the rear.
Interesting, right.
Instead of, so it's like everybody's complaining, I bumped brake bias up, but now it's snapping even worse. It's like, well, I think this is like kind of a mid to rear fuel tank on these. So it would make sense that you're making the back end lighter as the fuel burns off. So if you keep increasing the brake bias to the front, it's even, or to the rear, it's even more of a problem. So yeah, if we figured out all that, then it's like, okay, I'm comfortable now, this will be fun. But there's
so much traffic to deal with though in this race as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's particularly the first third of the race.
Well, that's why we put Morgan in there.
Yeah.
The thing we try to do first and foremost on the setup is get it so that everyone's running flaps being comfy, and not have any weird characteristics that we have to drive around constantly. Once everyone's comfy, then we can make the setup try to be fast without having weird characteristics. And this one took a while to get there. The biggest struggle we had was understeer, which is predictable. So we were kind of like happy with that for a long time. And then Kyle kind of found a little different direction on setup. So I took that, went a little bit farther with that setup from what I had learned with the other developments, and got to where we are here, where we have a pretty well-rounded setup through all the weather all the track temps and Making it so that when you deal with traffic, you're not fighting the car at any time.
Yeah.
Plus, the one thing nice with all the technology kind of in this car and the adjustabilities that you get in car adjustments that you can flip on the fly as you're driving, it gives you a wider range to get it comfortable to everyone on the team. Like, you know, I would like this brake bias that's 0.5% more than what everybody else does, so I know when I get in the car I can just flip it to that. We don't need 4 different setups for 4 different people. We can, okay, Rich likes to front A and rear ARB arm set to this, whereas I like it to this, and those are things that we can do kind of as we're doing driver swaps. We get in, you know what your numbers are, you change them to it and you're good to go. So it gives you a little bit wider of a range to get more drivers comfortable with a setup, so it makes it nice.
What setup did you start with originally? Was this like a medium downforce setup or a high downforce setup or something? That was the sort of original starting point.
The setup we have now is kind of a mash of 3 different sets, but the original set we started with was actually our Daytona set with not much changes to it, just to make it a little bit more. The brake bias all had to change, the brake masters had to change first and foremost, because from what we were running at Daytona it just didn't work here. Yeah, the damper settings and everything came over. It worked pretty well. That was our basic setup for a while, actually. As of up to last week, we were still favoring that setup, and then this one's kind of a VRS ESS setup with quite a lot of changes to it. Their brake system was just unpredictable as hell. So we did a lot of work on that.
Right. I think I started off at Daytona with the VRS, if I remember rightly, and found it very, very twitchy under braking. Yes. And we ended up running, I think, you guys, I think we ran your setup in the end, and it was way better.
Yeah, VRS tends to like theirs more and more, and recently are just like their stuff totally on the edge. Even with like the BMW GT3 cars that I'm running for other stuff, it's immediate changes that I know. It's a great baseline to go off of because you know it's quick, but then kind of adapt it to your own driving style. I know I got to go hit these 4 or 5 things, so kind of what we ended up doing here.
Well, we just passed the hour-and-a-half mark. 10.5 down, an hour-and-a-half to go.
Alright, I'm gonna go jump back in the other chat because gotta get ready for this laps.
Got to limber up.
Yeah, limber up.
That's it. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Be safe out there. The wheels on the bottom.
It's tough bringing the car home. That is a tough assignment, you know. There's so much pressure to not screw up.
Yep.
Well, one of the interesting things going on.
We're not fighting. We're not doing anything. It's just cruise control. Don't hit anything. Don't go off track. And bring it.
That's it.
One interesting thing going on this weekend is Jordan Taylor, the driver of the Corvette GT3 C8R Corvette, is running in the NASCAR race at COTA.
Yeah.
So
I saw today he was in the top 10 in practice session.
Yeah. No surprise there.
Yeah. I think it helps as well. From everything I've been reading and hearing, he's been on the kind of a coach role in the Garage 56 Hendrick program for Le Mans.
Right.
So it's I think he's got maybe a little bit of translation over to the next gen car, but they're still saying it's not very comparable from one to the other with all that they've done to that Garage 56 one.
I think that Garage 56 is pretty much a Camaro NASCAR bodied version of a GTE car.
Yeah.
They've really set that thing up to be able to handle that type of race. The question's going to be is, what's going to happen at hour 18, and are they going to be able to make it all the way through it? And depending on weather, and are they going to be able to, get out of it what they want? We'll see. I'm excited to see what they do. I got my motor trend,
kind of its own class type of thing, and just out there running to run.
yeah. Well, and compare against the other cars and see how they can do, I think, too. But
yeah,
I got my Motor Trend TV subscription all polished up, so should be able to watch the race this year. Isn't that one on Motor Trend, or is that the Motorsport one?
Yeah, that should be Motor Trend. I think that's why I have Motor Trend, was just for Le Mans every year.
Yes, same here.
You would think it would be smart on my part to, pay for that subscription for the year, or for that month, and then cancel it, and then re-up it, since I only watch one event a year. But I always keep telling myself that I'm going to pick up, and I think you can also watch some other series, like maybe like DTM and some other stuff through Motor Trend as well. But
I'd like to watch the European GT3 racing that they do, but I never get time to.
Yeah, there's so many series that's out there once you actually start looking that you can watch, and YouTube's a pretty good source for a lot of those kind of lesser known series anymore, where they're posting a lot of them to that.
Yeah, I was watching the MX-5s over at Fort, what is it, in Florida? St. Pete's. Oh man, what a great show that was. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I actually just watched those. I forgot that they were there from a couple weeks ago, because they were there with IndyCar, right?
Right.
Yeah, I forgot that they were there, so went back earlier this week and actually watched those two races. Such a fun series to watch.
I was watching the Indy Next race just the other day from there as well. That was crazy. Those guys are pushing. They are almost as bad as the Indy cars themselves at St. Pete's. They had cars flying up over the top of each other, and same scenario as the Indy cars. They just too many cars on the track and everybody wanting to win. So
yep.
IndyCar made a mess when they were over there. I think it was Kyle Kirkwood that went right up over his teammate and did a kind of a leapfrog.
There was a couple of them that flew. I think one was Pagano. Both Meyer-Shank cars got collected in the one crash, and one went flying. I think it was Pagano went flying, and Helio went just got T-boned or something like that. But
yeah, then Grosjean and is it Grosjean and McLaughlin? Yeah. Never say give up, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna fight you all the way to the tire barrier.
Hey, that's racing, right?
That's racing. Yeah,
that's
unfortunately,
racing.
that is part of it. Happens in every series. It doesn't matter where you're at. It's whether you're in the virtual world or you're in highest levels of professional racing. It all happens the same everywhere.
Yeah. I watch a lot of racing. I watch sim racing. I watch real racing, all different kinds, all different classes. And for the most part, what I've noticed is when there's incidents, pretty much they just kind of let it go. You know, I mean, IndyCar, 3-car, 4-car pileup. Nobody gets, you know, a drive-through penalty. They just kind of let it go.
Yeah. Well, in the IndyCar problem, there was nobody to give a penalty to because they were all just
they were all missing
those that
parts.
caused the problems also wrecked. So it's, you know, it'd be like punting someone and then immediately disconnecting. It's like, well, not really much I can do here. So
it is interesting though. Even in the like in IMSA races and stuff, you get a little contact, and usually with IMSA you do get penalties though. I mean, this type of racing, there are penalties handed out. But when I watch the GT3 Cup, the 992 guys go with you know, the Tag Heuer Cup from iRacing,
yeah,
they have stuff happen, and I believe, and I think Rich knows this better, but I believe they actually have to put in their own penalties, like personally, like you have to review your own race after the race and submit the errors you made, and they will give you the penalties based on that.
it's not a terrible idea. I mean, it forces people to review what's going on, make a judgment call based off what they think rules are and how it should be played out, and then off those submissions or whatever, then the actual race organization can review and penalize from there.
Right.
Give people a better understanding rather than just flipping out on everyone, thinking that everyone's in the wrong until you go see a replay and like, oh, well, I guess maybe that was me, and I moved over too much or moved too late, or shouldn't have done whatever I did. But so
you're actually really good at not doing that.
I had my practice at the beginning of the GT3 this past season 6.
Oh yeah, season 6.
I had my fair share of troubles, self-inflicted versus trying to just avoid versus actually just getting hit by others. But yeah, I've had my moments where I've not approached it that way, and then come to find out I stick my foot in my mouth because okay, it was me. It's after I calmed down, I've watched the replay. Yep, that was definitely me. I put my nose where it didn't belong, or wasn't alongside far enough, or whatever it might be. So tough to do in those moments. It's just best to keep your mouth shut, wait till you can see a replay, or in our fortunate case, we've got race control now to review those types of things and dish out a penalty accordingly and things like that. So
yeah.
Usually your perspective in car is not what might actually be happening, so it's best to just try to keep it and avoid conflict and review it when you've got a little bit calmer head.
Yeah, Julian and I were both saying earlier that typically you're better off not saying anything because you end up finding out it was your fault anyway.
Yeah, and then it's okay, well, I'm the jerk now I have to go make rounds of apologies for calling someone out. But
that's it. Yep.
Always something to learn. So yeah, I don't hate the idea of people reviewing their races and submitting I think I screwed up here, you should check this out type of thing.
Right.
Gets people actually thinking about what they're doing and the repercussions of what those actions are.
145.9.
Even for a semi-professional virtual amateur race car drivers. So.
Semi-pro virtual amateur.
Yeah. That's my title, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah.
Sounds good. Adam just clipped off a 145.9. He's working lap 358. His last stop was 337. So he should have just a few more laps before he's in.
Yes, 361, I believe he was stopping. And that'll be the end for him, right?
Yep, it should be. Yeah, he looks like he's got 3 laps when he crosses the line this next time.
Should be turning the reins over to Rich Hibbs, who was just here with us in the booth.
Yep, man. Rich should take it on home. So, looks. So we got an hour and 14 minutes remaining. So he's gonna have this for another, we'll say 6 minutes, 8 minutes. So it's just over an hour. So Rich will have just under a double stint here to finish us out. So
what's the shoot, it's late. I forgot what I was gonna ask.
Stint time. Yep.
It happens.
Forgot.
Yeah, it happens.
It does. Yes. Do you feel relieved, Brandon, that you're out of the car and you can sit back and watch the rest of the race?
To be honest, I feel like being out of the car is worse than being in the car.
Really?
When I'm in the car, especially in these moments, it's, traffic now at this point with the attrition and everybody's just kind of in a groove and settled out. You're not really fighting anyone for positions on track anymore. Now's the fun time to actually be in the car, I think, because you can just kind of be putting laps in to get to the end. I usually find my nerves, I think we commented earlier this afternoon, it's like I'm going to be pulling my hair out and be a nervous wreck until 7 a.m. And more so when I'm not in the car. It's like you put me in a 3 wide and trying to fight for positions, which I kind of got put in a few times this evening. And it's like, okay, Rich asked, how's my heart rate? And I'm like, it's fine. No need to freak out now. Just look down the road and keep driving. But watching others when I'm not behind the wheel, it's nerve-wracking a bit. Even though I fully trust these guys because they're all great. They understand the task at hand is to just bring the car home, keep it safe, even from the drop of the green flag. It's endurance racing. It's not a sprint race. Just keep the car clean, keep it safe, stay out of trouble as best possible. So
nice positioning there from Adam as he went by the class leaders, who are nose to tail now and maybe going for a swap there. That's Old Firm Racing and Cobalt Racing Black, the leaders in LMP2, right behind him. No, he's still got one in front of him. Okay. They were a little divided more than I thought they were. But
I believe Adam will be in at the end of this lap.
That's a tough spot when you're trying to, split the leaders of another class. And the LMP2s are hard enough to get by as it is.
Yep. Yeah, when you got 2 of them that are potentially fighting for position and not wanting to give up ground, and they're running, 1.5 to 2 wide, trying to get an edge on one another, and you want to put your car in there, it gets a little dicey. I think he's got one more lap after this one.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
I believe so. That's what I'm seeing from
well, it'll flip to 60.
Laps.
It'll flip to 61 in the pit lane.
Yeah.
If he's going to 61.
It should flip to 62 once he gets into pit lane.
Okay, that's 25 laps.
Yeah, the last stop was 3:37, lap 3:37, I believe.
We'll see what he does. He's coming around to it.
He's
going one more time around.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. So right now, just crossing the line, he's got about 0.15 extra to get into pit lane and down pit lane. So probably a little lift and coast here, so it won't be any record-breaking lap in lap here.
Well, buy another one of the LMP2 cars. As it goes down into the hairpin. The LMP2 cars seem to be really, really close in the corners.
Yep.
With the speeds.
Yeah, it's really, we need the hybrid deployment to assist us pulling away.
Yeah,
that's where the big difference ends up coming. So they've got similar downforce ish and power in through the corners, and yeah, which makes it tough to get around them.
As he goes by P4 in the GTP class, that's the 28 Vermilion Motorsports Black Ferrari, who apparently didn't listen to the team orders and took the wrong tires, and now are in 4th place a lap down.
You said 8 or 9 hours ago that there would be something that would happen.
Well, they started side by side in the front row, so we'll see what happens. Flying Penguin in that Audi still has a chance, I'm thinking. 37 seconds back.
Yep, here comes the pit stop. 0.2 gallons of fuel remaining on pit entry there.
That's running it right to the edge, huh?
Yeah.
Nothing like cutting it close.
That's it.
At least it's not 0.02 when you make it to the pit box.
Yeah. Well, Adam will be happy with that. He's out of the car, and that was a flawless.
Not yet, he's not.
Now he is.
There he goes. There's Rich in the car. Do you guys wait and have the new driver pull you out, or do you get out when you pull in the pits?
No, usually the driver that's in the car will get themselves out and say that they're out.
Oh, okay.
I'm usually just kind of hands are already on the wheel when I'm coming in. So all I do is hit my, the enter exit, the tow button to hop in the car. So then I'm already on the wheel. I'm able to start adjusting like those ARB arms and brake bias and traction control 1 and 2s to what I prefer. So usually get about, once you hop in the car, you usually got about 12 to 15 seconds or so.
Make adjustments.
To make those adjustments, make sure. It depends. We've not found a rhyme or reason. Sometimes the pit limiter button stays activated because in this official, as you know, driving aids are disallowed, so you have to manually engage and disengage the pit speed button. So sometimes you hop in and the pit speed limiter button is on. Sometimes you hop in and it's not on. So that's one of the first things you check, so you don't get hit with that 40-second stop and go.
Oh, that happened to me at Daytona. Just that exact thing. It wasn't on by default where it had been previously.
Yeah.
And I got caught out.
Yeah, it's strange. It's like, so I'm not sure. Like I said, we couldn't figure out the rhyme or reason why it sometimes does it and sometimes doesn't. It makes sense. I always go back to the one, I think it was the LMS Endurance events that we were running, and was it David and Michael that had, Michael comes into the pits with the pit speed limiter on, David gets in the car and doesn't have one of those buttons programmed, and then has to do a bunch of laps. So it's like, I understand it from that aspect of a team event where you would want it to reset every time another driver would get in, but it also doesn't do it every time, so it's kind of myth busted, theory disproved as to it resetting every single time. But definitely one of those things you have to check, and usually on an in lap we're getting told you're pitting this lap 2 or 3 times throughout the lap. Then usually a reminder to turn the pit limiter on, and then as the new driver gets in, a reminder to have them adjust their stuff, make sure pit speed limiter's on, and all that kind of fun stuff. So it's usually reminders to each driver as they're coming in and out to adjust their stuff.
It's a good idea. You just to have that reminder, it really helps, because you're.
Yeah, we actually, so Daytona, this being a brand new car, brand new settings, all those things, and so many settings options that are, in-car adjustment capable. we had a whole list that's set right next to our driver schedule that was up in red. That's like, okay, if you're the spotter and this person's coming in, here's all the things that you'd have to tell them to fix and adjust and put back to what they want. So
well, that's the that's the reminders and the, those little things as you work together as a team. You have your little sequence of events, set your pit limiter, set your brake bias, set your ARBs, whatever it is. You just remind each other and you make that effort together as a team, and that's what makes the difference. You're working together, everybody's on the same page. And now at this point of the race, it's like, okay guys, just run them smooth, just clean laps, avoid traffic, avoid issues.
Yep.
You're almost in the passive-aggressive mode out here, trying to, avoid the other cars.
Which I did it a few times, and like coming here into the hairpin, Rich, beginning of the race, mid-race might have pushed that around the GT3 car. Here just backs out, lifts and coasts, saves some fuel to extend out his time potentially to get, a longer stint in, to get less fuel for that final stop coming up here in a little while.
Right.
Yeah, I was hoping to have a little closer race to push instead of stay out of trouble.
Instead of the fuel save, clean lap, be a good boy.
Yeah. Well, I know we were talking about having good team continuity, but I'm not really a fan of Adam, so I'm going to go back down to the other booth now.
Okay, man.
Hey, it's good having you here with us, Brad.
Yeah. The spreadsheet's been updated, even though I've been up here talking and chatting away with these guys, so keeping me awake. So I'm at the time of day now where I'm usually sitting in my office at work anyway, so I'm up. So
not me, man. 3:40 in the morning over here.
5:40 for me.
Yep, that's what we got here. Usually between 5:30 and 6, I'm sitting at the office already.
My office is down a half a flight of stairs.
I get that occasionally, so
I'm fortunate. Well, next week my office is in Oklahoma, so there's the difference. So I'm gonna miss out on the Formula 4 race because I'll be in Oklahoma next time. Shouldn't miss too many of them. We'll see what happens.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this coming week I will be there for that one.
Well, it's back at Gilles Villeneuve, so that's you gotta redeem yourself after last season.
I was thrilled when I saw that. I'm like, already? We were just there.
Yeah.
It feels like last week that I was here and hit the wall of champions.
Hey, if you're gonna hit a wall at Gilles Villeneuve,
that's the one to hit.
That's the one to hit.
Adam, good stints, man.
Thank you.
Nice run.
Like I said, it wasn't just running cruise control clean and consistent, but still have to do those laps, even couldn't control the rest of the situation, and it's nice to have the breathing room. At the same time, it's like,
yeah, there's a bunch of times where it's just like, okay, I'm gonna cruise behind these guys.
Yep.
And then that third LMD or LMP2 joined the party, and I was like, yeah, I don't like how sketchy this is getting.
Yep, time to go.
We were watching with that guy in the GTP car. He was in 6th place.
32 laps or
30
laps
some
down.
odd laps
They're
down.
Now 42, but yeah.
He had to ride right up on you.
Yeah.
Like, what in the world is this guy doing? Why is he doing this?
That was a great call, letting him around on the front straightaway just so he could crash in front of you then halfway through that following lap. Yeah.
It was funny because I told Morgan that. I was like, I'm just letting this guy go.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, I like that decision. And then I was just following him a little bit, and then I was like, I'm letting him get a little gap because I don't trust him.
Yep.
And then it was, I don't even know, a lap later or something like that.
Perfect move, yep. It was not long.
Yeah, great double stint there. Nice job.
Thank you.
Keeping it clean. You got in the car, and we were wondering. Julian and I were talking about the incident. The guy had run into the back of another car, an LMP2, during Brandon's stint, and Julian and I were debating: are they going to go fix the car? Because at this point, even if it's like 2 minutes of damage, that's a full lap.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the damage is done. They're screwed. They're losing 2 seconds a lap. There's no way they're going to be able to stay, on the lead lap to the end of this race with the deficit they're in. And, you were just pulling, second and a half, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds every single lap. And, they came in pit, and they didn't didn't fix it.
Yeah.
So,
then they finally did.
Yeah, they did the next stop. I think.
Yeah.
I think it got to the point where it's like, well, okay, we just got lapped by them. There's no chance that even if they have another pit stop now at this point, it's still a 20 to 30 second gap that they're going to have. So, might as well fix it to finish this out and have a decent car that they can run decent laps. So
they had to be running through their tires too, because he was super slow on the high speeds, where I think that car was just pushing like crazy.
Yeah, looks like they're back now into the last lap of the 45-2. So
yeah, they're running pretty good. They got Kyle in there. Kyle's, I think, Julian, wasn't he their quick one? Was Kyle?
Yeah, he's really
right,
fast.
Yeah.
He was the one that hunted me down in my first stint.
We've been kind of keeping an eye on them. And with this last little error they had in the time in the pits, they're in that we're going to keep racing and keep going. If anything happens, we'll get the lead. But
yeah,
they pretty much have lost all their steam at this point for anything for the win. They're going for second.
Yep. Yeah, as long as we stay clean, I don't care if they put Verstappen in the car, we'll be good.
I don't know that I'd trust it here. Did you see that about his streak?
Yeah, 11 for 11.
11 for 11 in like prep races for Sebring.
Yeah.
For Sebring?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he won 11 out of 11 attempts.
Well, they were like split 3. With his 9,000 iRating.
I wonder if it was he under his or was he under
No,
Yo's?
he was in split 1.
Yeah.
I'm just messing.
I think he runs under his dad's account as well.
Yeah, he does. Actually, I think he was under his dad's. But I think his dad's iRating is still pretty high too. High enough to be in the top split.
Well, yeah, if Max is running, then it's
11 for 11. I mean, he probably gained 1,000 iRating just in that.
What split are you guys in on this one?
We believe split 2. If the numbers of the race sessions were lined up appropriately, we are the second split.
Well, that's a pretty good run for the second split so far anyway. Still got an hour to go. Rich Hibbs in the car. 2-lap lead over Apex Everything. Apex Anything. Apex Everything. As Rich trying to bring it home clean here for Buckeye Endurance Green. We've got probably about 35 laps maybe. 33 laps to go. I don't know why he just got flashed unless that was a... Sometimes you get flashed from the GTDs because they're happy with what you did, and sometimes they're flashing you because they're not.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with not on that one.
He waited until he got around the corner before he went around him.
Yeah, he was there in the corner. But that's okay.
He waited until the apex.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was a frustrated GT3 was what that was.
Yeah, well,
so it shows he ran them all under his Max Verstappen account.
Oh, did he?
Which is at a 9,300 iRating. And it looks like he gained about 500 IR.
Wow. Yeah, he's a beast.
Well, talk about sprint lap or quali lap every lap.
Yeah,
the guy doesn't know how to drive any other way.
And so that's just the officials that he's done. Who knows how much time he actually put in practicing.
So he was, I think all of them, he was in the Ferrari GT3. Lots of off track.
So did he join any of the splits? Any of the?
So his fastest lap was a 57.8. Which, I mean, isn't crazy. The fastest guy here in this Vermilion Motorsports Red is a 58.3.
It's not that big of a difference.
But it could have been totally different track temps or
there's
whatever.
that, and then there's also these guys are probably putting those in like now with no traffic.
Yeah.
Where those typically don't have as much attrition as we've had.
Which in one of the races, it was his lap 24, which was his last lap, at 158.2. So a tenth quicker than what this guy has ran in V1.
This guy's those guys are running right around 3,000, 3,500 iRating. I've watched them during the night here. Throughout the race.
There were some high iRatings in this split.
Yeah, are there any ringers in there?
There's a couple 5,000s.
I saw the one LMP2 guy was like at a 4,000 that kept hitting people.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, you got to win somehow.
I think that's the
iRating
LMP2 that's in the lead right now.
iRating 4,500, safety rating C.
4.
Yeah.
Oh, what else we got? What else we got, Julian? You got anything?
Gosh, I'm kind of fresh out of new ideas.
Fresh out of everything.
Yeah, these endurance races often seem to end like this, don't they? Where you have that last hour where you've really just not much happening and you've just got to chug around and run the clock down.
Well, here's one that just came out today. We were talking about it a little bit ago when you were mentioning the LMP2 cars no longer running at the end of this season in the World Endurance Championship.
Yes.
And IMSA announced on the 24th, I don't know what day that was.
Yesterday.
Because I don't remember. I don't know where I'm at.
That was like
What
6
day I'm
hours
in.
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship LMP2 competitors have expressed support for the series confirmation that its second-tier prototype class will continue through the 2025 season.
Okay, there you go. There's the answer then, yeah.
Yeah. So they will have LMP2 cars for the next couple years in IMSA. So that's a big one. Hey, another thing is this might be, well, I mean, it can always happen that there's no rain, but this is probably the last Sebring 12 hours on iRacing where there's no chance of rain.
I think we said that last year too.
Well, yeah, but they didn't leak a picture that they were going to have rain out.
Yes, they did.
Last year they did?
I think the first rain pictures were way longer ago than that. It'd be like a couple of years ago.
Well, let's say it's possible.
Yes. I think you're right. I think you're right. It couldn't possibly be another year, could it?
I think it could be.
It could be.
I think whatever's going on is more than just rain, isn't it? They're probably changing the engine completely.
We can only hope.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you're going to have a tire model to match. You're going to have. It's not just a matter of putting,
Yes.
Virtual rain onto the screen.
Right.
You got to have those, in addition to the ice grass and all the other things that you got to do. Plus, you just put that in there and don't do anything with the whole engine itself. You're going to instantly brick 90% of the user community, their PCs and the capabilities that of them being able to run now with rain.
Yeah. It'll be interesting how they implement it. I assume that there will be an option to have the real world weather, though a scripted option as well. Also a scripted option where you can, say, okay, I want it to rain for lap 3 to 8 or something.
You could probably do like a percentage. When you do fog, you tell it what the fog rate is at the start of the session. So I'll say I want 15% fog at the start of the session, but I'm going to allow you to make an 85% adjustment to the weather throughout the session. So they can change it, up to and including full fog or no fog.
Right.
Depending on how the AI decides to make it roll. So that's a pretty decent. It's a pretty decent way to do the weather. I think they'll probably keep that same model. But the question being, will they? How are they going to deploy it if it is going to be a whole new rebuild? It's been years coming that they need a rebuild.
They just about have to now.
To be competitive.
They keep making graphics updates, and it's still running on this old engine, and every time people are having issues. Like Morgan in VR, he's got a really good PC already, and he has to update because he's getting terrible FPS if he turns anything up, really.
Well,
yeah. I'm having the same problem in VR too. I think I've got the same headset he's got, the Reverb G2.
Yeah, that's a lot of pixels to push.
Right. My rig is not quite as potent as his. I've got a 3060 Ti. And I have to have the settings down around the middle. The slider at the middle, yeah.
He said since the latest update that night is just terrible.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's the transition from day to night that really gets you too.
Yeah.
You get that terrible stuttering on that sort of cusp of dusk.
Yep.
And it can be a real problem.
212. Halfway through the stint here. Rich Hibbs taking it home here for Buckeye Endurance Green. We're still hanging on here. I think the sun might be close on the East Coast now as we're approaching the 6 a.m. mark. It's not close here, where I'm at. It's still pitch dark outside. But 21:34 is the time on the racetrack. That's 9:34 p.m. on the racetrack. Definitely full dark now for this final 45 minutes of the contest.
So 2 more laps, is that right, until he's in?
I think it's 12.
Oh, I'm sorry, is it?
Isn't he halfway through?
11 laps after this one.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Halfway through this thing.
It's like 2, but more than that.
Yeah, 3. I had my math wrong. I think lap 386, I think, is the one. Yeah. I added 14 instead of 24. Well, I've been up for nearly 12 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm impressed with you guys. You guys are troopers.
we've been going at it for 11 hours plus here.
That's right. That's right.
I didn't get my little nappy in either. I stayed up.
Yeah, I didn't take a nap either. Actually, I don't think no one but I think Rich is the only one.
Just Rich.
Well, it's a good thing he's in the car.
Beauty sleep. So
He doesn't like hanging out with us. He's like, I'm gonna go sleep.
fortunately, we got him up enough so he remembered it. We gave him an earlier drive time than when he had went to bed.
Hey, you gotta keep him on your toes, man.
I'd have been good
on your toes.
if I had that triple stint.
Yeah, I would have been okay too after kind of getting back in, and
The
especially
track
after
is
that
actually
second stint. Like
Yeah.
I was feeling comfortable after.
the track's getting fun.
Yeah, 70
rubbered in.
70 air temp, 72 track temp,
Yeah, it's
And-
sticky.
100% usage. It's
The
I
guys.
wasn't even trying. I was able to turn some half decent laps while fuel saving.
The guys are talking about our rain. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Yeah, we got Sean. Sean's still out there watching the stream. I don't know if Jason's still plugging away. We got 9 viewers. Must be early on the East Coast. Maybe people are getting up and I always get up at 6 a.m. on Saturday morning to see what's going on in the iRacing world on YouTube.
Virtual racing world, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Usually gets me up early on Saturday.
If you're not up, you've got your priorities wrong and you need to reevaluate your life.
Reevaluate. Hey, maybe we can get one of those guys reevaluating into the car next time. Hey, you never know. After a few races, wow.
Here's another P11 in the LMP2 class fighting the P1 LMDH driver.
Yep, it's Justin again.
We're gonna win. We're gonna win this race from P11. What's he like? 32 laps down?
Not even sure. Rich is gonna find himself in the clear traffic here. Now this LMP2 is gonna go back around.
Wow.
I think he's 22 laps down.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, that's it, yeah.
And he's fighting with the leader.
Yep.
Look at him flash now.
And then flashing.
I'm going to step out for just a couple of minutes, gents.
Alright.
Yeah, Sean says he got up at 5:30. He was like, 5:30? I've been up all night, Sean. I thought you were watching the stream. I didn't know you left. Hey, Tristan's in. Tristan, how's it going? What's up? I think we're watching a race here. We've got
We are still up. That's what's
40.
up.
Yeah, that's what's up. 41 and a half minutes. So just over 40 minutes to go, which is going to push around 22 laps, 23 laps to the end of this thing. The attrition rate in the GTP class has been high. Very high. We have 5 cars left on the racetrack in the lead class. LMP2, however, is a different story. LMP2 still running 5 cars on the lead lap. Possibly. Go look. I should probably look before I say something. 4 cars on the lead lap in LMP2. Cobalt Racing Black out front by just a second at the moment. These guys in the 19 and the 13, these guys have been battling back and forth. The lead is right there. You can see the 13 car on camera behind them every once in a while. There they are in the green and white car. Old Firm Racing 3. Those two guys battling back and forth right to the wall, right to the wire here. 40 minutes to go, and they're within 2 seconds of each other in that is saying something after 11 and almost 11 and a half hours of racing. Less than 2 seconds separate the top two drivers in the LMP2 class. So definitely the race to watch there. Number 2 in the Vermilion Motorsports red car, having some help throughout the race. I think the 28 we watched the 28 car take out the number 3 car. Well, he didn't really take him out. He just kind of helped him not make the corner. But that made the number 3 car go 10 laps down during repairs. Hit the wall pretty hard. He's back out there now. Possibly for revenge, possibly to finish the race. We'll see. He's in a battle with Australia-wide Racing Blue in the 305, both of them on the same lap. As we finish this one up. Yeah, he's gaining. He's gaining on him. Just picked up a second and a half. The gap still 40 seconds though. He's gonna run out of time. 39 minutes to go in the contest, but he's pretty quick. He was quick early and still quick now after the repairs. So that's what's going on. You asked what was up. That's what's up. Too much syrup. Who got the syrup? Oh, Hibbs. Hibbs or Hobbs? What do you guys call him in the team?
Canadian.
Hoser.
TH. Tim Horton.
Tim Horton.
He's gonna watch this back, and then I guess he won't do anything probably.
Yeah, he'll be happy if as long as he makes it to the end of the race in this position. I think he'll be fine.
Probably. That's the biggest problem we have with trying to get setups and talking on the same page, is he wants to do everything in metric when we only understand freedom.
Move that camber in about 3 millimeters, you'll be all set.
Yeah.
3 millimeters.
What's
What is
that
that?
in tenths of an inch? Because that's what I need. Instead of a nice whole number,
Give me a fraction.
let's give me some fractions to do math.
Decimals out to three places. Manual labor, huh? Sean, manual labor? Is that what we're after? I don't do manual labor on Saturday. That's called chores. You guys out there in TV land got to pick it up, because the first half of the race we had 98 views, and right now we only have 37. It may have something to do with the time of day, but I'm going to ignore that. I think it's because Julian was talking more for the first 6 hours.
Yeah.
He's fallen off. You're falling off, Julian.
I have fallen off.
Come on, man. 35 minutes to go, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, you know, we had a little bit more excitement, didn't we, when the Apex team was battling.
That was a fun battle. That was definitely a fun battle.
Yeah.
Now, the guys that actually went to sleep and woke up at 5:30 probably didn't get the story of the Apex Racing team within just a few seconds. I mean, they were back and forth swapping the lead. And then Morgan got in the car, followed by Brandon. But when Morgan got in the car, I don't think they realized that a triple stint with Morgan in the car would make a slight difference on where they were on the racetrack compared to the Buckeye Endurance Green Team. And when that number was nearly a minute, I think the moral degradation began at that point.
That's right. I think that's what broke the back of the other team right there, and it was going to be tough for them to come back, and they had to start taking some risks, and ended up damaging their car. Game over for them.
Yep. Little front end damage. Lost the high end. Lost the high speed. Top end speed down the long straights, and from there it was just whether or not they were going to do the repair. So, ringer. Is that Van de Zander, or is that another ringer? And then
I think ringer translates to Morgan.
Morgan. Oh, okay. Hey, I just watched the 24 or the 12-hour. Just finished it up a couple days ago. So, hey, ringer was in the race. F1 friends decided to go off in turn 1 and slam into the wall at high speed. Once they did that, they decided they did not want to fix the car, and they just dropped out of the race. So, see ya, bye.
Yeah.
F1 friends. F1 friends. Short burn, high speed.
Well, if you're going to drop out early.
Drop out early. Drop out from the lead. Drop out from the lead.
Well, I mean, drop out early because at least you've got the rest of the day to do something else with, or maybe join the next session.
That's
even.
probably what I'm guessing.
Yeah,
That's probably what they did.
Yeah.
What happened with Blue?
Oh, early on, probably it was before Kyle's stint was over. The very first stint of the race.
Yeah,
he was doing a double.
Did that.
He got T-boned. Well, he T-boned a car because they spun in front of him. But then they got hit by a GT3 car and spun. And then after that, Chris was in the car and he was running really good, catching up. They did wait for the repairs. They were quite a few laps down. They dropped back to like 11th. And they were up to like 5th.
Back up to 5th or 6th, and then I tried to like go back and see if anything happened, but it looked like Chris just came into the pits and then they dropped out.
He went off. Chris went off.
Okay.
There were multiple incidents in the second stint. Then Philip got in, and he was. I think it was Philip that went off. But then Chris went off. I think it was when they finally had 3, the 3 strike rule. They were like, all right, we're done. And they backed out. So, and then Kyle got back in, did some laps just to keep the car moving. And I think Chris got back in after that and did some more. But they had already decided they weren't going to go. And I think it was about 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern that they dropped.
Gotcha.
The rest of the way. So. Yeah, it was unfortunate. It all started with the one incident with the LMP2 car, and then just kind of fell apart from there. I think they were pushing a little too much, and you push a little too hard. The car didn't get completely fixed, and then I think it was the downfall. I think they probably should have done the full repair.
Yeah, that makes it hard trying to come back.
One repair into the next. But a good strong showing for those guys. They started last and they got all the way up to P5 beginning of the race. So Kyle, really good run for Kyle. Yeah, if they would have kept it out, I'm guessing they probably could have got into the, because if they were pretty solid, they probably could have got a podium.
That's what I was thinking.
Because they were only, I think they were 16 or 17 laps down, and they were really strong if they could have kept it clean from that point. Once the track thinned out, I mean your second stint was a lot easier than your first one.
Oh yeah,
you had half the cars on the track. So.
Yep.
I mean, my PC doesn't even care who's out there now; it just shows them all.
I'm telling you what, though, Sean goes from sleeping to full tilt in the chat.
Oh yeah.
There's no in between. You get no communication or all the communication.
Well, it's good that he's here. I appreciate it being out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we like it that he's there.
Yeah.
He's always being supportive.
Love it. Love it. Well, we should
Cue
be
the
coming
next
up on a
comment from
stop.
Sean.
Yeah.
On a 30-second delay, I'm sure.
Yeah. Hey, well, hey. The chat's not delayed, so we're moving on. Next.
Who else? Wyatt wants more Julian. That sweet, sweet accent.
Who's? Oh, is that old guy sim racing? Is that?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
That looks like the Super Duck Ferrari on there.
Oh yeah, that's him. Earlier he came on as Jeff Wyatt, so
You can never predict what those old guys will do, man.
you got that right.
He's on the backup account.
Hey, us old guys, we
the
have
password to the main one. He's got a backup account.
Us old guys, we have
post-it note and taped to the screen.
multiple accounts, multiple computers. We got more money than brains at some point.
He's still listening. He's got his hearing aids in. He can hear us because he's commenting again.
Yeah. 9 viewers. Yeah, really, it's
10.
Up to 10.
Oh yeah, 10.
We're cranking now.
Well, that's Wyatt just signed into another account.
Do it up, Jeff. Do it up.
Sim Racing Old Guy has also started commenting. He's replying to Old Guy Sim Racing.
Hey, what's the word from those other old guys? I see them. They're still out in their chat, so they must still be on the track. Are those guys still going? Any word?
OGR sponsored by Alzheimer's. Oh, it's later early. Everybody's getting slap happy.
AirPods are not hearing aids. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are. If you get the AirPod Pros, you can definitely turn them to
The max.
to the pass through to where it actually amplifies the sound around you.
You know, I have a set of earmuffs for shooting, and they have the little microphone in them where you can turn it up.
Yeah,
they
you
work
hear
better
with those things on.
Yeah, they work great.
Hearing. Yeah.
I just walk around the house with them so I know what's going on.
Your orange flag hanging off of your belt.
No, I forgot that.
Sorry, that was probably too far. Your football helmet and orange flag.
Helmet. Can't put the football helmet on with the headphones on or the earmuffs on. So the old guy gave up. He looked for Mooney's stream, couldn't find it, and gave up. We'll go over.
Probably wasn't even connected to the internet.
Go over to Last Man Standing Motorsports and join their chat and tell us what's going on. They gotta have about a half hour left. I can't change chats at the moment.
Were they what were they running? GT3 or were they running?
Yeah, they're in the Ferrari.
Gotcha.
He's got JP and Rick. I think Rick and Richard Wishon with him. I think. Maybe just Rick. JP, Mooney.
One of the Richard Wishons.
Yeah, one of the two. One of the two.
pick your poison of which one you want to spell, but
Yeah.
I don't get that one either. Sorry guys for if you're watching the end of the race here, see how it's going. I have no clue how you have father and son with different last name spellings. I don't get that one.
I wonder if they had to do it because they're the same, so that their cards and stuff say the same, like they had to make it different for iRacing account purposes.
Oh, even if in real life, you get especially if they have like the same birthday or something, 20 years apart, but the same actual birth date, we had that happen in a lot of our account systems where you're trying to figure out where the duplicates are. And if they have the same birth date, you delete one of them. You merge them together.
Yeah. Well, this just in. Back to race news. Rich is in the pits.
Rich in the pits for the final stop.
25 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Fuel, tires. Is he getting tires?
I would think so. Might as well.
I didn't see the car go up.
Mine.
Well,
I
this
know
will be
mine
a
were
slightly
real
shorter
good.
stop, right?
It should be.
Splash, yeah. It's-
Just over half fuel probably needed.
Yeah.
I didn't see the
about
car.
42 minutes. He might have left them on.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't
he
see the
did-
car
he
go up
did,
on the jacks.
Right, he didn't pick up tires. The car blinked for just a second there. I thought it looked like a driver change, but clearly not the case, so I'm not sure why that happened.
Back out on track. 2 laps lead. 2 laps in the lead. Ahead of Apex Everything Racing Carbon, we've been watching those guys all through the night with the battle here. Pretty much since the time F1 Friends dropped out, right about that point, which was probably about an hour in, Apex and Buckeyes were door to door, so to speak. And have been ever since. Until about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. When the damage happened and the drop and the lap got lost and the repair got done, and yeah, it was a great battle to watch. Great battle throughout the race.
Yeah,
LM
it really was. You got a feel for the Apex guys. They really gave a tremendous effort and just came a little bit short at the end.
I feel like this guy's biased. Coming from an Apex guy.
Well, there you go. If only my Apex car was as fast as their Apex car.
Yeah, this guy that's driving right now, Kyle, he's really fast.
Yeah. Kyle Lefevre. He has a fever for speed.
That was really good.
Well, it's late.
It was a long reach there.
We're trying to come up with anything at this point.
That's right.
22
It's
minutes
late.
to go.
It's late.
Hey, it looks like that LMP2 battle has subsided, unless that's a pit difference, which it could be. It's about 10 seconds off the total pit stop that those guys have been doing.
Yeah, Morgan brought up tires. He said worst tire was 82%.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, he says those guys are running in P17, still going here at the end of the 12 Hours of Sebring. And the old guy split. I don't know if that's an old guy split when they've got. Well, I guess so. Rick could fit in the old guy. JP's definitely the old guy. If Richard's in there, they're not old guys. I know David was in the chat. I'm not sure if David got in the car with him, if he registered in the race or not. He might just be there watching, chatting along with him. Rich Hibbs crosses the line. I turned off the lap time thing, so
45.7. That was a 45.7.
he's still putting down some pretty good laps.
Yeah.
With according to iRacing, we're going to go right to 400. According to Race Lab's estimate of what iRacing is doing, we're going to go to 400. We're currently on 388, so 12 more this time by.
Yep.
And he's only 2 laps in on the stint, so as long as he got enough fuel, he won't have to stop again. If he didn't get enough fuel, he could stop 2 or 3 more times and still be okay.
That's right.
So tallies for those that have completed their drive time. Morgan did 5 stints and 2 driving sessions for 119 laps and 4x total. Adam did 4 stints and 2 sessions for 97 laps and 0x.
Woo!
Nice
Wow.
job.
Nice. Yes.
I did 4 stints and 2 sessions, 95 laps and 7x.
Mr.
Not all
Clean.
your fault though.
Mr. Clean, rubbing his racing.
Yeah,
That second stint was a 0x.
yeah, I 0x the second one, but yeah, the first one had some
Little contact.
little contact here and there.
Knew about that.
Right.
So you guys both had high 90s on the 95, 97 on the laps or something like that?
Yeah,
Nice.
and Rich is currently sitting 4 stints, 2 drive sessions, 77 laps, and 1x.
So currently 12x on the race. Is that right?
Correct. Yep.
And you get 50.
And we get
So-
50. We don't really want to use them, but
Yeah, you may not want to pick them all up now. Stay at 12.
we don't want that drive-through penalty for 51.
Yeah. You know, that's the way to do it, is just to run clean. You know, you run the clean laps, you do the clean race, and you know, at some points it's probably not all that exciting. You know, driving out here, just putting in the lap times, no real competition, no battles around. But in an endurance race, the trick is to bring it home without damage. And so
Yeah, you
far, with 18 minutes to go, that's what's going on. So.
After this stint's over, you can go back and watch my stint. And me and Morgan just talked the entire time.
Yeah. That's funny.
50% concentration on cruise control.
Well, that's kind of the point that you want to get to, where you're comfortable enough that you don't have to think about what you're doing.
Yeah.
So you put in several hundred laps to run 97 laps. We had this discussion earlier when it was just Ron and Julian and I in here. But
Well, I definitely
you run
didn't do that many laps.
you run a ton of laps so that your 97 laps are, second nature once it comes race time.
Yeah, unfortunately, this race I was way less prepared compared to the 2 races that I didn't do.
Over-prepared and under-delivered?
Something like that.
I usually just come up with an excuse.
Nope. 27 car off the track. LMP2 car probably at least 10 laps down. Gets back on the track to finish up. Oh, he's only 2 laps down. There are 3 cars 2 laps down in the LMP2 class, battling out for that 4th position. Julian, I think after the race is over, you should drive down to Disney World.
Great idea.
Celebrate.
Great idea. I've already got the car running.
Yeah, you might as well if it's early enough, like right here. I think at my house it's like 22 degrees outside. I could warm my car up, have it ready to go when we're done. Remote start.
Yep.
I didn't know Ferraris had remote start.
Yeah.
Only the automatic. You can't get it on the stick shift.
Gotcha. It's special ordered.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You can. You just have to have it put in afterwards. Make sure the car's in neutral when you hit the button.
At Best Buy.
It took the old Ferrari down to Best Buy to have them install a remote start.
Had them put a new stereo deck in it too.
While you were at it, yeah.
Joke's on them, it wasn't my Ferrari.
15 minutes to go. 15 minutes. No, and now we're down to 399.9, so it looks like Rich is losing time on the clock there. The laps keep getting shorter and shorter. At this rate, we're going to end at 399 instead of 400.
Well, his last lap was a 45.6, so he's still
clicking them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, track's so good right now, it's hard to go slow.
Right.
Kyle Lefevre trying to get one of his laps back. He's 4.8 seconds behind us.
Got a Lefevre, and the only thing that will cure it is more cowbell.
I've got a fever for fever jokes.
We just lost a viewer. Down to 8.
Down to 8.
That was Morgan dropping out. He's obviously been listening in.
Yeah,
he keeps answering questions to
He could just come up here to the chat, but I guess I'd leave Rich down there by himself.
Yeah.
Forget Rich. There's 13 minutes. He can do this.
Just move Rich up here.
We're going to the booth.
Didn't I give you guys move? Did I give you guys move permission?
I don't know. I'm not doing it though. As he gets fight from P2 of the LMP2 group.
P2 of P2s.
Trying to get around.
I tell you, that Almond Straight's your best friend with those P2s. You get that good launch off turn 16 and come right up the Almond Straight, and then you follow it up with a good run with the high speed down the front stretch. Because if that happened at turn 1, if you caught him at turn 1, you'd still be behind him by the time you got to the hairpin. At this point, we just hope that all goes well for the next 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Brandon, I always appreciate that you don't put me in the car last. Just want to thank you for that.
There's a lot of pressure, isn't there, if you're in the car at the end?
It's actually, Morgan told me to never do it, so.
He's a smart man, so.
GTP class started with 15 drivers down to just 5 left on the racetrack. So your prediction, Julian, was correct. If the blue car would have stayed in,
yes,
even at 43 laps down, which they wouldn't have been, they would have got a P5.
Yes, that's right. We thought that was on.
Yeah.
But, well, they got a night of sleep instead.
Maybe.
Well,
we haven't heard from him.
Yeah.
3 cars left on the lead lap in GTD. Not really a contest going on there. Whoop, going there anymore. Come on, man. And then 14 seconds the gap in LMP2. Looks like that one is also decided unless there's an issue. Old Firm Racing 3 in the number 13 car out in front with just 10 minutes left. As long as they have enough fuel, they'll get the win in the LMP2. And, of course, assuming they don't run into anybody or wreck anyone while they're trying to pass. Which, you never know. It's LMP2.
There's still time.
Yeah, there's still time. You still got 9 minutes, buddy.
There's still cars on track to be punted. We have work to do.
Yes.
Notice they've removed most of the GTPs and GTDs have been removed, and this is why we have to fight tooth and nail going into the corners when we're in 4th position, 2 laps off the lead. Rich Hibbs.
I still wonder if it's LMP2 guys just get caught off guard that they're being caught still by the faster class that's now there, and they're no longer the fastest thing on track.
Yeah.
So for a brief moment in time, they're assuming this car is competing against me and I need to defend, and then realize it's an LMDH. They're gonna get around whether I want them to or not.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I mean, we're 11 hours and 52 minutes in. They should have picked up on that
by now.
Yeah.
Hey, one really cool thing is our driver right now, race leader, team member Rich Hibbs, raced in 2020 and 2021, qualified and competed in the Porsche E-Sprint Challenge Canada Series. So
it doesn't really even count, though.
What's that?
It doesn't even really count.
Doesn't
It's
count.
not proper, is it? Not proper.
Yeah.
No.
Why? Because
Probably
it's Canadian.
I didn't say it. You said it.
100-kilometer sprint race.
100-kilometer sprint race. Isn't that like a 5K in a car or something like that? 5K on a motorcycle?
I think he's done it. Yeah, he did do it a few years, and I think you had to qualify to do it, and it took like basically your average or your best times from 3 different tracks and added them together to get your whether you qualified or not for the series. So kind of an interesting take on actually qualifying for that series.
Yeah. He also raced in FF2000s, so pretty fun there. I'm pretty sure the FF2000 is an open wheel car. So that's kind of fun. He's been out there on the real racetrack. Good guy to have is your closer here. Somebody with some real life racing experience.
Yeah, it was that or Adam, so kind of a no-brainer.
I agree.
5 minutes.
They're running 45.2s. I'd have let Kyle buy laps ago.
Yeah.
At 0.7 of a second behind, yeah.
But that team they've been respectful the whole race. I'll give them that. Even when I don't know who was in the car, Neil or Nathan. Who's the other one? Yeah. When I caught them when they had damage, they really didn't try to battle or do anything shady. They just not pulled over and let me by, but didn't fight.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Kyle's pushing too hard. Yeah, he's on the gas pretty quick.
It's easy to do in those things.
Curious to see how aggressive Rich will be at defending.
Hopefully not very.
That's
making
right.
me nervous.
Yeah.
Just let him go. Let him be one lap down.
Rich's racecraft is top notch, though.
Yes, it is.
I hate getting stuck behind him if I am faster.
Really hard to get by.
Yeah, he's very hard to pass. I'm glad Sean's having fun.
Sean's keeping the chat alive. Thanks, Sean.
Wait till he brings out his other account.
He already did.
Just getting started.
He already did bring out the other account. He's still waiting for that 1 minute after you subscribe.
Nigerian Prince hasn't sent him his password yet.
Yeah, but he's going to get that free toaster.
This guy's got toasters?
Forget about the free toaster. Why would I forget about the free toaster? I want the free toaster.
It's the only reason I'm here.
Well, at this point, he could wreck him and we'd be okay.
Not necessarily. Let's not try that theory out.
Yeah.
2 minutes left. 2 laps. It'll be tough.
It's like he catches up and then keeps dropping back like he...
I think he's just waiting for the end. He's just waiting for the finish.
Pass him in the final corner and throw him into the wall at sunset.
We'll give you a sunset.
Morgan's interested in a toaster.
You gotta get a hold of your Nigerian prince there, Morgan. You can't just get one from anywhere. I think it's the Bank of Scotland, by the way. I think is where you get those.
The man you're looking for is Rafiki.
So is this the white flag lap here?
Yes, it should be. Although it says we're going to 400, and this is lap 399, so maybe one more.
One more, right.
Although it could easily switch to lap 400 of 399 real soon. I don't know if we get the white flag. You guys would have to tell me that one.
I don't see it.
Okay.
Oh, goodness.
Taking a peek on the inside into Cunningham.
Yes.
Just nosing the headlight in there to make sure Rich knows he's there. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, you're 2 laps down, so.
Yes.
White flag next lap, he says.
Right.
Although he might be I don't know if you can hear us on time or not. We're probably about 30 seconds delayed.
Well, there's no way now, mathematically,
There he goes.
for Apex, no matter what happens, with only 1 lap left, and they're 2 laps behind, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he just let him go.
He did.
Yeah, he probably just slowed down and let him go even.
There's white flag.
There it is. 1 more to go. 1 more to go. Rich Hibbs running the number 14 Buckeye Endurance Green, sponsored by everybody. You got Hussingveld. I don't know if you got all those on there, do you?
Yeah, they're smaller these days. They're on just on the sides.
Yeah, Hussingveld and Bigg Wizurd TV, East to West Racing, Fanatec's usually out there. I want to thank our sponsors here before we get to our crossing the finish line. Stair Fittings Incorporated, big shout out to them. Thanks for keeping Bigg Wizurd TV on the air and live and running. Grandpa's Kitchen for all you guys do and support you guys give us here in the league. And then, of course, JNR Craftworks for just being out there with the league and making up some awesome trophies. Jeff was already talking about designing some new hardware for this one. What happened? Okay. Like this stream went black. It's like, no, we're on the last lap. We can't be at 8 hours yet. Big thanks to all our sponsors. Thanks to East to West Racing for having the league to get us all up and running and all together, and Bigg Wizurd TV, of course, for putting it all together on the air. Here he goes as we watch the number 14 car come around lap number 400, crossing the line, lights flashing, and there is the win. Congratulations to Buckeye Racing, Endurance Racing Green. And here we'll do a little, I think I have a celebration video here. There we go. We're celebrating on the air. Little fireworks for you.
Congratulations, guys. That was a phenomenal race.
Thank you.
Really, really epic. Almost flawless.
Pretty close. Pretty
Yeah.
close.
A couple minor things, but I think you pretty much have that no matter what. So whether it's a little bit of contact or a fuel strategy or something along those lines. So
Yeah.
couldn't have asked for it to went better than what it did.
Exactly.
Great job, guys. Great job.
Yeah, 2 P1s and a P2, isn't that right? In your last 3 races.
Yeah,
Is that
Petit
right?
Le Mans.
That's P1 at Petit, P2 at Daytona, P1 at Sebring.
Yeah. Starting to make a habit of winning these races.
Yeah, the pressure's becoming unbearable.
Next time, you better perform.
Yeah.
No slacking.
How do you change who you're typing to so that it's all teams?
I don't think you can.
You have to go into your radio and change your radio to go to all teams.
I thought I had that changed.
Yeah. Maybe you can't.
There we go.
Buckeye Endurance Green comes in the first place. Apex Everything Racing Carbon comes in second. Fast Forward Esports in third. TTR Sim Racing 69 fourth place. Yes to Rick in fifth spot. In the LMP2 class, the number 13. Are they finished yet? Are they already? Yeah, they're done, right? They should be. Maybe not. Maybe they're still going. They might be on their white flag lap. No, they're done. That is Old Firm Racing 3. Number 13 takes the win. Cobalt Racing Black is in second spot. Aries Autosport takes third. SDS Racing Team takes fourth. And IKR Racing Elite in fifth. In the GTD class, Vermilion Motorsports Red, and the Ferrari takes the top spot by about, I think it was less than a minute ahead of Flying Penguin Racing. Third spot was STDN Motorsports. Fourth, Vermilion Motorsports. And fifth, Australia Wide Racing Blue. There's your top 5 from each of the 3 classes. Congratulations to Brandon and Morgan and Adam and Rich, Buckeye Endurance Green, on the victory here at Sebring 2023. Brought to you by Bigg Wizurd TV.
Nice job, Rich.
Thank you. Good work, everyone.
So how you guys feeling after that one? Tired? Exhausted?
Feel great.
I noticed Rich didn't stay out there doing donuts. The other guys are, but Rich didn't.
I did donuts for a little bit.
Oh, did you?
Nice.
I didn't catch you. I should have stayed on you. I was
He's
going
already
through the
preparing
field.
for the next race.
Great run, everybody. Congrats. Thanks for coming in the booth during the race and chatting with us. That was great to have you guys in with us.
Yeah, 100%. Really was.
Yeah, that was fun.
Made it flow really well. Big, huge thanks to Julian for sticking it out here with me for the full 12.
Oh, my pleasure. It was great fun. I really enjoyed it. I hope to be back.
Wyatt better be sending you guys a trophy too.
The broadcast team. Well, if we get some fans and get some followers and some people join East to West Racing from it, it's all worth it. So
My check's in the mail, I assume, Ron.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Hey,
Go stand out by the mailbox. Should
I
be
will.
there first thing tomorrow morning.
terrific.
Hey, Jeff, can you send him something for me, please, buddy? I'll send you a couple bucks.
He's got something to send, I'm sure.
Announcer of the race award.
That's
Best
Julian,
Brit on the air.
you look like a 6XL kind of guy, right?
6XL. I've seen a Facebook picture, and I bet he could probably fit 6 Julians into a 6XL.
He wanted a nightgown, didn't he?
As long as it's got the East to West Racing logo on it, it's good.
He needs the big and tall 6XL
That's it. It'll be for sale on eBay the next day.
for free.
Pay shipping.
Free
I'll
to
even pay the
anyone
shipping.
that comes to pick it up.
Oh.
Too big to ship.
That's right.
Good fun, guys. Good fun. Thanks a lot again. This is Ron from Bigg Wizurd TV. Congratulations to Buckeye Endurance. And while you're out there in the real world, don't do this. Don't race. Race here with us. iRacing's got it all. East to West Racing has a lot of fun. And you can race with us. The info to get in is in the chat. Have fun out there. Be safe. And we'll see you guys on the next broadcast. Good night, all.
Take care, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.